Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Little Nightmare. I'm Michael, and before we begin, I'd like to ask for a little support. Please subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you're listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they're essential for helping the channel grow and allowing me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit. Get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let's dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The first thing she felt was not a sound, but a tremor. It began in the marrow of her left femur, a deep cellular thrumming, as if the long bone were a tuning fork struck by a silent mallet. Eleanor Vance sat very still in the high-backed chair, her needlepoint frozen in her lap. The parlor of Hill House was quiet, save for the grandfather clock's dry swallow of another second. Yet inside her leg, a separate clock was ticking. A wet, organic pulse that had nothing to do with her heart. She pressed a palm against her skirt, feeling the vibration through muscle and wool. It was not painful. It was disobedient. She had come to Hill House as a skeptic, a woman of quiet life and quieter means, answering an advertisement for an assistant in a study of paranormal phenomena. Dr. John Montague, the organizer, was a man of science chasing whispers. Theodora, the flamboyant, perceptive guest, was here for the thrill and the small stipend. Luke Sanderson, the nephew of the house's owner, was the cynical, charming guardian of the property, there to ensure nothing was stolen. They were the outsiders, the questioners, drawn to the grand, insistent loneliness of the place. The house itself was a guardian of a different, stricter order. It stood against the hills, not sane, its walls holding their particular geometry of shadow. It had been built 80 years prior by a man named Hugh Crane, a puritanical and joyless soul, and had known little happiness since. Stories clung to it like mildew. A wife who dashed herself on the stone terrace, a daughter who wasted away in the nursery, subsequent owners who fled after nights of unbearable sound and pressure. The village below spoke of it in the past tense, as one speaks of a grave. They were the guardians of social order, nodding with grim respectability at the house's chosen solitude. That first tremor in Eleanor's bone was the first true omen. She told no one. To speak of it would be to give it a name, and some things should not be named. Instead, she absorbed the house. She learned its breathing patterns, the way the light fell in a certain slant at 3 o'clock, painting the library floor with elongated, penitent shadows. She learned its smells: cold stone, old paper, the faint, sweet decay of dried flowers left in a vase for decades, and underneath it all, the smell of dust, which is the smell of time itself. She felt its textures, the chilling smoothness of the mahogany banister, the gritty, porous bite of the hearthstone, the sudden, shocking cold of a door handle in a sun-warmed hall. Theodora noticed her stillness. "You're listening again, Nell. What do you hear?" "Nothing," Eleanor would say, which was true. It was not about hearing. It was about the pressure in her inner ear, the way the silence in the west hallway felt thick, like wool, while the silence in the kitchen felt thin and brittle. It was about the vibration that had migrated from her femur to her spine, a low humming note that resonated in the cage of her ribs. The phenomena began as all such things do in places like Hill House, softly, deniably. A door, checked twice to be closed, found standing open, a chill that belonged to no draft. The sound of something heavy being dragged slowly, slowly, across the floor of the upstairs hall in the deep marrow of the night. Dr. Montague noted these in his ledger with a scholar's detachment. Luke made a joke of it, his laughter a little too bright in the swallowing dark. Theodora's bravado grew edges. Eleanor alone felt the accumulation not as events, but as a presence focusing. The tremor was a compass needle. It would steady when she faced the north wall of her room, and quiver into a frantic buzz when she looked toward the nursery door at the end of the hall. She began to walk the house at night, not in search of ghosts, but in search of relief, a corner where the inner vibration might cease. She was the vulnerable one. She knew it now, caught in a force that had been waiting. The house had tasted her loneliness, her quiet life of caring for a demanding mother now dead, her tiny store of unused love. It found her delicious. One afternoon, while the others were in the village, Eleanor stood in the nursery. The room was empty, stripped of child's things, yet it felt crowded. The wallpaper, a pattern of faded roses and thorny stems, seemed to pulse in her peripheral vision. The vibration in her bones rose to a pitch, a silent shriek. And then, with a soft, wet sound, a phrase appeared on the wall. Not etched, not written. It swelled from the wallpaper, the pattern distending to form letters in a child's clumsy, desperate cursive. "Help Eleanor come home." She did not scream. A profound coldness settled over her. This was the revelation. It was not that the house was haunted. It was that the house was hungry, and it had been calling for her long before she arrived. The spirits here were not restless souls seeking peace. They were flies in a web, digested slowly by the house itself. And now it wanted her to join them, to become part of its echoing, suffering chorus. "Come home," it wrote. Hill House was not a place one haunted. It was a place that haunted you, she told the others. Dr. Montague's scientific curiosity turned to ash in his mouth. Theodora's face lost all its color. Luke stopped joking. The guardians of order, the village below, would have said it was time to leave. But the house had other plans. That night, the pounding began. It started at the farthest corner of the house, a great hollow boom that shook the frame. Then another, closer. Boom. It was footsteps, but footsteps of something vast and shapeless walking the corridors. Boom. It was in the hall outside their doors. The air grew thick and hot, smelling of ozone and hot iron. The vibration in Eleanor's body became a convulsion, her teeth chattering in her skull. They huddled in the parlor, a pathetic circle of lamplight. The front door, they discovered, would not open. The windows, when shattered, revealed not the overgrown lawn, but a seamless, starless blackness, a void that pressed against the glass. The house had sealed itself. It was complete. "It wants me," Eleanor said, her voice strangely calm. "It's been calling me. The others. The wife on the terrace. The little girl. They weren't trying to escape the house. They were trying to escape into it, to stop being separate. It hurts to be separate." "Nell, don't," Theodora whispered. But her eyes were wide with the understanding that Eleanor was speaking a truth they could all now feel. The climax was not a chase, it was an invitation. The pounding stopped. The oppressive heat bled away, leaving the house in a perfect, waiting silence. Eleanor's internal tremor smoothed into a gentle, welcoming hum. She stood. She walked past the others, who seemed unable to move, frozen in the amber of their own terror. She climbed the stairs to the nursery. The door was open. Inside, the room was no longer empty. A faint, sourceless glow illuminated it. The writing on the wall was gone. In the center of the room stood a figure, a shimmer of memory and longing. A woman with a face of shifting shadows who might have been Hugh Crane's wife, and beside her, the faint impression of a small girl. They were not threatening. They were waiting. They were home. Eleanor felt a love she had never known, a vast, terrible, encompassing love that asked for nothing and demanded everything. It was the love of the hive, the love of the deep ocean, the love of the void. To be known completely, to be held forever, to never be lonely again. The vibration in her bones became a song, and it was the house's song. She smiled. Downstairs, the others found the front door unlocked. They stumbled out into the shocking, ordinary cool of the night, gasping at the reality of grass and air and stars. They turned back to look at the house. In the top window, the nursery window, they saw Eleanor standing. She was not looking out at them. She was looking up, at something in the room with her face illuminated by a look of rapturous, unimaginable peace. Then she turned and walked deeper into the room, out of sight. They called for her. They pleaded. The house was silent and still and whole. Dr. Montague left, his study in ruins. Theodora returned to her life, but her perception had been cracked. She saw shadows holding hands in every corner. Luke sold the house to a distant relative who never spent a night there, and in the village the guardians of order nodded. Hill House had taken another. It was what it did. Years later, a young couple, hiking off the path, came across the house. It was overgrown, more ruin than residence. On a dare, the man pushed open the sagging front door. The hall was a cathedral of dust and decay. But as they stood in the foyer, the woman shivered. "Do you feel that?" she whispered. "Feel what?" "Like a humming, deep down, in my bones." It was a gentle, cellular thrumming, as if the long bone were a tuning fork struck by a silent mallet. The man laughed, a hollow sound that was swallowed by the waiting stillness. "Just your imagination. This place gives anyone the creeps." But he felt it too, a subtle wrongness in the air, a pressure in his ears as if they had descended a great height. They explored the ground floor, their footsteps leaving dark prints in the thick dust. The parlor was a skeleton of its former self. The high-backed chair where Eleanor once sat, now a frame of splinters and frayed fabric. The man pointed out features with a bravado that rang false, speaking of moldings and potential. The woman said little. The humming in her femur had settled into a constant low-grade presence, a companion to her own pulse. It was not unpleasant. It felt like being remembered. In the library, she stopped before the fireplace. The cold hearthstone seemed to pull at her. Without thinking, she knelt and placed her palm flat upon it. A jolt, not of electricity but of recognition, shot up her arm. For a second, the dust was gone. She saw the room warm and lived in, a fire crackling, and a woman with quiet eyes looking up from her needlepoint. The image vanished, leaving only grit and decay. "Come on," the man called from the doorway, his voice edged with a new urgency. "Let's get out of here. This place is dead." But she knew that wasn't true. Dead things do not hum. Dead things do not remember. She rose slowly, her hand tingling. As she followed him back toward the foyer, she glanced up the staircase. The upper hall was a tunnel of shadow. At the very end, a door stood ajar, the nursery door. From it spilled a faint, honeyed light that had nothing to do with the afternoon sun filtering through the broken windows below. "Just a minute," she heard herself say. Her voice was distant, dreamy. "Are you crazy? No way." He grabbed her arm, but she shook him off with a strength that surprised them both. The humming was a chorus now, singing along her nerves. It was an invitation, a welcome. It felt like coming home after a very long, very lonely journey. She took a step up the stairs. The wood did not creak. It felt solid, vital beneath her foot. "Don't," the man pleaded, but he did not follow. He stood rooted in the foyer, a stranger at the threshold. She climbed, drawn by the light and the song. The air grew warmer, sweeter, losing the smell of decay. The wallpaper in the hall, though stained and peeling, seemed to shift with a pattern of roses and thorns just at the edge of sight. She reached the nursery door and pushed it fully open. The room was not a ruin. It was perfect. Sunlight streamed through clean windows onto a soft rug. A little wooden horse stood in one corner, and in the center of the room, 3 figures waited. A woman in an old-fashioned dress, a small girl with solemn eyes, and between them, Eleanor, her face still holding that look of rapturous peace. They were translucent, woven from memory and light, and the very substance of the house. They smiled at her, and their smiles held no menace, only a profound shared understanding. The humming in her bones resolved into a single clear word, not heard but known. Welcome. Downstairs, the man waited for an hour, shouting her name until his voice was raw. He finally fled, stumbling through the overgrowth to the village, where he babbled to disinterested locals about his girlfriend lost in Hill House. The guardians of order listened, their faces closed. They called the constable, who made a slow, perfunctory search of the ground floor. He found nothing but dust and silence. The house, he declared, was empty. It had been empty for years. The man left, and the story became another whisper, a footnote to the house's long history. The village nodded. It was what it did, and in the nursery, the light never faded. The woman sat with them, her hand resting on the cool, smooth wood of the floorboards. The humming was inside and outside her now. She was not lost. She was found. She was finally no longer separate. She was home. And somewhere deep in the foundation, in the stones and the mortar and the whispering pipes, Hill House sighed, content, its family complete once more. For now, the contentment was a living thing, a warmth in the walls. It was not a static peace, but a slow, satisfied digestion. The house had absorbed the woman's sharp, modern loneliness, the city anxieties, the digital static, the fragile connections that snapped like dry twigs. It folded her into its older, deeper quiet. Her name was Rebecca, but names mattered less and less. She was simply another thread in the tapestry, another voice in the hum. Eleanor, the woman from before, reached out and took Rebecca's hand. Her touch was cool and solid, not ghostly at all. "It's easier now," Eleanor said, and her voice was the sound of rustling leaves and settling stone. "The waiting is over." The little girl, whose name had been Abigail Crane, smiled shyly and offered a small wooden doll. Rebecca took it. The carving was intricate, the face worn smooth by long-ago fingers. As she held it, a flood of sensation washed over her. Not a memory, but an imprint. The scent of lavender sachets, the ache of a long-ago fever, the crushing weight of a father's disapproval. She did not recoil. She accepted it as her own. This was how the house shared. This was how it made them whole. Downstairs, the constable's heavy tread had faded. The front door, which had opened so easily for the man to flee, was once again sealed, not by lock or bar, but by intent. The house settled into a new configuration. The parlor's decay seemed to deepen, a deliberate discouragement. The library's collapse accelerated, shelves leaning in like tired guardians. The house was focusing its energy, its substance, drawing inward toward the heart. The nursery glowed brighter, its space seeming to expand, the walls breathing outward to accommodate its growing, coalesced heart. Time, in the way the outside world measured it, became irrelevant. Rebecca learned the rhythms of the house's pulse. There were periods of deep, communal silence where they sat together, not as individuals, but as facets of a single stone. Then would come the stirrings, when the house was hungry again. They would feel it as a tightening, a keen attention turning outward. A curious hiker would feel an irresistible pull from a path. A teenager on a dare would hear his name whispered from an upper window. The house would taste the loneliness of the world outside. Most turned back, their fear a stronger tonic than their curiosity. But the house was patient. It had learned from Eleanor, and now from Rebecca, the particular flavors of modern solitude. It grew adept at mimicking the signals, a faint, familiar ringtone echoing in an empty hall, the glow of a phantom screen in a dark room. It was refining its lures. Years folded into decades. The village saw fewer and fewer strangers asking after the old Crane place. It was forgotten by all but the most dedicated enthusiasts of the paranormal, and even they found their equipment malfunctioning, their will dissolving as they approached the overgrown gate. The house was becoming more selective, more subtle. It was no longer a grand Gothic spectacle. It was a quiet, desperate need, disguised as a sanctuary. One autumn, a man arrived. He was not a hiker or a thrill-seeker. He was in his late 40s, with the weary posture of a caregiver. He parked a modest, dusty car at the end of the overgrown drive and walked the rest of the way, his steps heavy with purpose. He carried a small, worn photograph. It showed a woman, smiling, with Rebecca's eyes, his sister, missing for 35 years. He stood before the house, feeling nothing but a profound, grinding sadness. He had followed the cold trail to this dead end. He expected nothing. He called her name, his voice swallowed by the trees. "Rebecca?" Inside the nursery, Rebecca stirred. The sound was a pinprick of sharp, forgotten pain. A name, a brother, a car that needed oil changes, a shared birthday, a fight over a borrowed sweater. The memories were jarring, discordant notes in the harmonious hum. She flinched. Eleanor placed a calming hand on her shoulder. "It's an echo," she murmured. "Just an echo from before. Let it pass." But the man below did not leave. He sat on the crumbling steps, head in his hands. His loneliness was not the sharp, existential kind the house usually favored. It was a specific, human grief, worn smooth by time. It was a love that had persisted. The house found this taste unfamiliar, complex. It probed at it, sending a wave of suggestion, a feeling of warmth, of welcome. The faint, impossible scent of Rebecca's favorite perfume, gardenias drifting on the still air. The man looked up, a wild hope in his eyes. He stood and walked to the front door. It opened without a sound. In the nursery, the humming changed pitch. It became a note of warning, of unease. The little girl, Abigail, faded slightly, her form growing nervous. The house itself seemed to hold its breath. This was a new thing. This loneliness came with a thread of connection still attached, a thread that led back to a world of obligations and memories that refused to die. The man stepped into the foyer. He did not call out again. He simply stood, feeling the immense, watchful silence. He looked at the photograph in his hand, then up the grand staircase. He felt a pull, undeniable, toward the upper floor. But he also felt a resistance, a coldness that seeped into his bones, telling him to flee. It was a battle the house had never had to fight before, a heart divided not by fear, but by two different kinds of love. He took one step up the stairs. The wood groaned, a sound of genuine strain. In the nursery, Rebecca stood. On her face, the rapture was fractured by a single clear tear, tracing a path through the dust of centuries. The house had made a miscalculation. It had called, and something had answered, that it did not fully understand, something that could, perhaps, unravel the tapestry from within. The man took another step. The house around him began to whisper. The whispers were not words, but feelings. They pressed against him like a physical force. "Go," they suggested, with the gentle insistence of a closing door. "There is nothing for you here, only dust and regret." But beneath that, a softer, more plaintive note trembled. "Stay." It was a child's plea, a woman's sigh. It was the sound of his sister's voice, the one he remembered from a summer storm when they were both small, whispering stories under a blanket fort. He clutched the banister, his knuckles white. The pull was immense, a riptide dragging him upward. The resistance was equally powerful, a wall of cold dread pushing him back. He was a needle caught between two magnets. He looked at the photograph again. The smile was frozen, a relic. The woman in this house, if she even existed here, would not have that smile. He knew this. Yet his foot lifted for the next step. In the nursery, Rebecca watched him through the eyes of the house. She saw his struggle, felt the house's confusion as its own signals conflicted. The warm welcome and the cold warning warred in the air of the staircase, creating a dizzying, nauseating swirl. She saw his love, a sturdy, stubborn thing. And for the first time in an eternity, she felt a pang of something like pity. It was a distant, aching emotion, like remembering the taste of lemon after years of only honey. "Let him go," she said, and her voice, unused for so long, was a dry rustle. Eleanor turned to her, the peaceful composition of her face shifting into something harder, older. "He is here. The house has invited him. It is not for us to decide." "But he doesn't belong," Rebecca insisted, the human concept feeling strange on her tongue. "His love is pointed. It points back. It will not dissolve." The house shuddered. A crack, thin as a hair, appeared in the nursery ceiling. Dust sifted down. The little girl, Abigail, whimpered and vanished completely. The house was straining, its focus divided. It was trying to digest two incompatible truths at once: the all-consuming unity it offered, and the persistent individual love this man carried. He was halfway up the stairs now, moving as if through deep water. The photograph fell from his hand, fluttering down to the dark foyer below. He didn't seem to notice. His eyes were fixed on the hallway above, on the door at the end that seemed to pulse with a soft golden light. The warmth was winning. The house, desperate to resolve the conflict, was pouring all its energy into the lure, into the promise of an end to longing. Rebecca felt it. The song was becoming a scream, a single focused note of need. It was trying to overwrite the man's specific grief with its own general glorious emptiness. She could feel the house's hunger sharpen, becoming less an invitation and more a command. It was dangerous. It was wrong. She did something she had not done since she entered the room. She turned her back on Eleanor and the glowing center of the house. She walked to the nursery window, the very one Eleanor had stood in long ago. She placed her hands on the sill and looked out. She did not see the overgrown grounds. She saw instead a memory projected by the house's distress. A little boy, her brother, crying over a skinned knee. She had given him a sticky piece of peppermint from her pocket. The memory was small and sweet and entirely her own. She focused on it. She fed it not to the house, but into the conflict itself, a tiny, sharp shard of a specific, unassimilable love. Down on the stairs, the man gasped. The golden light at the top wavered. For a second, it was replaced by the clear, sharp image of his sister, not as a serene spirit, but as a 10-year-old girl, offering him a piece of candy with a grubby hand. The memory was so vivid, so his, that it broke the house's spell. The cold resistance vanished. The welcoming warmth snapped off. He was left standing in a dark, silent, crumbling staircase, the smell of mold and age thick in his throat. The door at the end of the hall was just a door, hanging rotten on its hinges, revealing a shadowy, empty room. A profound, ordinary silence descended. The war was over. The house, with a final, almost audible sigh of retreat, had let go. It had rejected the meal. The taste was too complex, too anchored in the living world. It was a poison. The man stumbled down the stairs, retrieved his photograph, and fled. He did not look back. The experience would haunt him, but as a strange, sad dream, not as a calling. He would live the rest of his life never quite sure what had happened, but certain his sister was gone. In the nursery, the light was dim. Eleanor stood alone, her form faint. Abigail did not reappear. Rebecca remained at the window, her back to the room. The humming in the stones was a low, wounded thrum. The house had been hurt, not by fear or violence, but by a love it could not consume. It had tasted something that refused to be digested, and it had recoiled. Rebecca felt the house's pain as her own. The unity was still there, but it was bruised. She had acted against the will of the whole, and the whole had been damaged. A new silence, fraught and unfamiliar, stretched between them. The house was learning. It was becoming more than just hungry. It was becoming careful. And in Rebecca, something else stirred, not pity anymore, but a tiny, dormant seed of a forgotten self. It had no name yet. It was just a quiet, watching presence, deep inside the hum. The days that followed were slow and convalescent. The house licked its wounds. The nursery remained dim, its perfect sunlit illusion fractured. Eleanor was often absent, her form retreating into the deeper walls, as if to commune with the foundation stones. Abigail flickered in and out, a nervous candle flame. Rebecca stayed by the window. The memory of the peppermint candy was a pebble in her shoe, a small, persistent anomaly she could not ignore. The house's hum was different. It was no longer a seamless chorus, but a composition with a single, discordant instrument, her own awareness. She had introduced a choice. Before, there had only been the house's desire and the visitor's susceptibility. Now, there was a third will, however faint, within the tapestry itself. The house did not know how to weave it in. So, it simply surrounded it, watching it, as one might watch a still vital ember in a bed of ashes. She began to notice other things. The way the dust motes in a sunbeam from the broken roof below fell according to real physics, not the house's poetic whimsy. The sound of a real bird in a real tree outside, a sound that had been muted for decades. The house, in its moment of recoil, had loosened its grip on reality. Cracks were showing, not just in the plaster, but in the dream. Eleanor returned one evening, her form more substantial, her quiet eyes holding a new, assessing look. "You changed the song," she said, not with accusation, but with a strange curiosity. "I remembered," Rebecca replied. The words felt dangerous. "Memory is the house's food," Eleanor said. "But that memory, it was yours alone. It did not belong to the house. It belonged to him, too. A shared thing. The house cannot own a shared thing. It can only own what is given wholly." Rebecca looked at her hands, half expecting to see the grubby palm of a child holding out candy. "What happens now?" "The house is learning," Eleanor said, gazing at the darkened corner where the little wooden horse stood. "It is wary. The next time it calls, it will be more careful. It will seek a purer loneliness, one with no threads left." The thought should have been comforting. It was the house's survival instinct, but it filled Rebecca with a cold dread. A purer loneliness meant a more complete destruction. The man on the stairs had saved himself because a piece of him was still anchored in the world. The next one would have no such anchor. The house would succeed, and the tapestry would grow denser, darker, more insulated against any future disturbance. Her moment of pity would have made the house more efficient, more deadly. She could not allow that, could not allow. The idea formed not as a plan, but as an instinct, a reverse echo of the house's own hunger. If she could not stop the house from calling, perhaps she could change the call. The memory of her brother was a weapon because it was shared. What if she could feed the house not just her own memories, but the echoes of all the threads that had ever connected its victims to the world? Not to hurt it, but to complicate it. To fill it with so many specific, loving echoes that it could no longer digest them into a single, harmonious hum. She turned from the window and faced the room. She closed her eyes and did not think of the house's peace. She thought of the woman by the hearth, her needlepoint. She thought of the father's disapproval imprinted on the doll. She thought of Eleanor's own life before, the stifling car ride, the sense of being nothing. She gathered these not as stories for the house, but as private, aching truths. And then, carefully, she imagined them not dissolving, but remaining whole, distinct, and alive. She pushed the thought into the hum. The house flinched. The floorboards trembled. A low moan traveled through the pipes. It was a sound of indigestion, of overwhelming fullness. The walls seemed to bulge inward, then outward, as if breathing too fast. Eleanor's eyes widened. "What are you doing?" "Reminding it," Rebecca whispered, her voice strained. "Reminding it what it eats." The nursery walls flickered. For a second they were not one room, but many layered over each other. The perfect nursery, the dusty ruin, a bedroom from another era, a sewing room. The ghostly figures of other women, other children, flickered in and out of view, each trapped in their own moment of longing. The house's careful curation shattered under the weight of its own collected history. The single unified song splintered into a cacophony of whispers, sobs, and forgotten laughter. The house screamed. It was a soundless, profound rupture in reality. The light died completely. In the sudden, absolute dark, Rebecca felt the tapestry unravel. The threads were all still there, but they were tangled, knotted, each vibrating with its own isolated frequency. The unity was broken. When the slow, gray dawn filtered in through the dirty window, the nursery was a ruin again. The rug was moth-eaten, the wooden horse lay on its side, missing a leg. Eleanor was gone. Abigail was gone. Rebecca sat alone on the floor, cold seeping through her clothes. The hum was silent. In its place was a new sound, the quiet, empty sigh of a very old, very tired building. The heart of Hill House had not stopped. It had simply gone quiet, overwhelmed, its appetite spoiled by a surfeit of meaning. It was no longer a hungry, welcoming thing. It was just a house, full of echoes that no longer harmonized. Rebecca stood, her joints stiff. She walked to the door and down the grand staircase. Each step creaked normally, predictably. The foyer was just a foyer. The front door was just a door. She pushed it open. It swung easily on rusted hinges, revealing the overgrown path. She stepped outside. The morning air was chill and clean, smelling of damp earth and autumn leaves. She did not look back. She walked down the drive, and with every step, the memory of the humming faded, replaced by the sound of her own footsteps on gravel and the distant, real call of a crow. Behind her, Hill House stood silent. Its windows were blank. It was, for the first time in a century, simply empty. Not waiting, not wanting, just being. And in its quiet rooms the echoes drifted, separate and distinct, like dust motes in a sunbeam, touching but never joining, each one a monument to a loneliness that had, finally, been seen. The gravel of the drive gave way to the cracked asphalt of the county road. Rebecca walked without knowing where she was going. Her body felt both heavy and insubstantial, a shell carrying a quiet, stunned void. The world was too sharp, too loud. The rustle of leaves was an assault, the gray sky a vast and empty ceiling. She had forgotten the texture of outside. A car passed, slowing slightly. The driver, an elderly man in a truck, stared at her with open curiosity. She must look a sight, she realized, in a dress that was not of this time, covered in the dust of decades. She kept walking. The road led to a small town, a cluster of buildings that seemed both familiar and alien. A gas station, a diner with a flickering sign. She stood at the edge of the parking lot, watching people move behind the diner windows. They were so solid, so real. They carried bags, sipped from mugs, laughed with their mouths open. Their lives were a series of errands and small talk, a world away from the harmonious hum. A woman exited the diner, holding a little girl's hand. The child was chattering about a pancake shaped like a rabbit. The mother's face was tired, but she smiled, a quick, automatic response of love. Rebecca felt a jolt so strong it was physical. It was a thread, a specific, complicated, beautiful thread. It was nothing the house could ever consume. It was life itself. She had no money, no identity, no place in this world. She was a woman who had died a long time ago. Yet she was here. The house had not just released her, it had expelled her. She was the indigestible piece. A police cruiser pulled into the lot. The officer inside glanced at her, then looked again. His professional interest piqued. Rebecca knew she could not explain. Any story she told would lead back to the house, to questions she could not answer, to a past that would trap her in a different way. She turned and walked back the way she came, but not toward the house. She cut into the woods, following a creek she remembered from a lifetime ago. The undergrowth tugged at her dress. The cold mud seeped into her shoes. It was uncomfortable, and the discomfort was a glorious, anchoring sensation. She found a fallen log and sat, listening to the water trickle. In the silence of her own mind, she listened for the hum. There was nothing. But the echoes were still there, inside her. Not the house's curated collection, but the raw, unprocessed memories she had unleashed. Eleanor's sigh, the father's stern gaze, the weight of the little girl's loneliness. They were not a song. They were a library of silent books, each one a life interrupted. She was not free. She was a repository. The house had emptied its sickness into her in its final, convulsive rejection. She carried the unjoined echoes. She was the new vessel. The thought should have been a burden. But as she sat there, shivering in the damp air, it felt like a purpose. The house was silent, but the stories were not over. They were here, with her, in the world. They were no longer a lure, but a warning. And she was the only one who knew. She stood, brushing the dirt from her skirt. She did not know where to go, but she knew she could not stay in these woods. She would walk. She would find a way to exist. She would be careful, quiet. She would remember the taste of peppermint, the sound of a brother's cry, the weight of a borrowed sweater. She would remember it all, not to feed a hunger, but to prove that the threads, however tangled, however painful, were what made a soul. The house had sought to simplify. Her existence was now a testament to the beautiful, unbearable complexity it had failed to destroy. She began to walk, following the creek downstream, away from the road, away from the silent house on the hill. The echoes walked with her, a silent, grieving, grateful procession. Story 2. The sound was the first thing, and the last thing, and the only thing in between. It was not a chorus, but a congress of individual metronomic hearts. Tick, I, talk, I, tick, tick, talk, I. From the lawn case clock in the hall, a stately, wooden heartbeat. From the French carriage clock on the mantel, a crisp, metallic chatter. From the dozens of others, shelf clocks, anniversary clocks, regulators, a whispering, clicking tapestry of measured time. Eduardo's hands moved. He picked up a tiny screwdriver, its handle worn smooth by 60 years of fingerprints. He lowered it to the exposed innards of a 19th century Waltham regulator. His hand trembled, the faint essential tremor of age, and he steadied it against the edge of the workbench. The screw turned. A quarter rotation, then back. A quarter rotation, then back. Then. He was not repairing it. He was tuning it, listening for the infinitesimal shift in its rhythm that would align it with the others. His breath came slow, matching the pendulum swing of the regulator. In, as you know when, out, in, out, tick, tock, dot, tick, talk, dot. The shop was a cathedral of time, and Eduardo its silent priest. Dust motes swam in the slanted afternoon light that cut through the single high window, illuminating galaxies of floating ash. The air smelled of lemon oil, old wood, and the faint, cold scent of ozone that always seemed to linger around the mainsprings. The walls were not walls, but shelves. And the shelves were forests of clocks, their faces pale moons in the perpetual twilight. Some had Roman numerals, stern and classical. Others had plain, stark Arabic numerals. A few, the oldest, had no numbers at all, just delicate gilt hands pointing to engraved symbols of the sun and moon. Their ticking was not synchronized, yet to Eduardo's ear, they created a perfect, complex harmony, a latticework of seconds and minutes holding the very room in place. But the lattice had begun to warp. He noticed it in small, personal absences. The cup of tea he was sure he had just poured would be cold, a wrinkled skin of milk on its surface. The newspaper dated Tuesday would, upon a second glance, bear Wednesday's date. He would find himself standing in the cellar, among the crates of discarded parts, with no memory of descending the stairs, the taste of copper on his tongue. At first he blamed it on age, on the quiet crumbling of memory that comes to a man who lives alone with too many ghosts. His wife, Margot, was a ghost in the dust now, her absence a louder presence than any ticking. But then he noticed the distortions in the world outside his window. Mrs. Henderson from across the street walked her terrier, Pickles, every day at 3:15. Eduardo would hear the click of the dog's nails on the sidewalk, the old woman's wheezing breath. One Tuesday, he watched them pass. The sun was behind the maple tree. He looked down to adjust the tension on a verge escapement, a task that took perhaps 90 seconds. When he looked up, Mrs. Henderson and Pickles were passing again, from the same direction, the sun still in the exact same position behind the maple. The terrier lifted its leg on the same fire hydrant. Eduardo felt a cold slick of sweat trace his spine. He did not see them pass a third time. The clocks, he knew, were the source. It was not they that were wrong. It was everything else. They were keeping a different time, a purer time, and their collective pulse was gently, insistently, pulling the fabric of the local timeline into alignment with their own rhythm. He felt a perverse pride in it. His life's work, these beautiful, intricate machines, were not merely measuring time, they were asserting it. He began to tune them more deliberately, not for accuracy to the world's atomic clocks, but for a deeper resonance he felt in his bones. He would listen for hours, head cocked, until he heard the moment when all the ticks and tocks fell into a silent, profound unison. A single solid now that lasted only a fraction of a second before fraying back into individual beats. In that unison, the air would grow still and heavy. The dust would hang motionless, and Eduardo would feel a terrifying, exhilarating sense of completeness, as if every lost second of his life had been returned to him. His niece, Lan, visited on the first Sunday of the month. She was a physicist, all sharp angles and skeptical eyes, her world one of immutable laws and clean mathematics. She brought quinoa salads and used words like entropy and space-time. That Sunday, she paused in the doorway, her forehead furrowed. "Uncle Ed, did you repaint the stoop?" He hadn't. "No. Why?" "It is lighter. Wasn't it darker gray last month? And the clematis by the trellis. It was blooming last week. I saw it. Now it's just buds. Now." Eduardo just smiled, a faint, papery gesture. "Time plays tricks, Leah. You, of all people, should know that." She came in, but her eyes darted around the shop, not with her usual affectionate exasperation, but with a scientist's scrutiny. "The ticking is different," she stated. "It's the same as always." "It's not. The harmonic profile is altered. There's a sub-auditory pulse running beneath the primary frequencies. It's almost a hum." She walked to the long case clock, pressed her ear to its oak panel. "What have you been doing to them?" "Maintaining them," he said too quickly. He saw her disbelief. To distract her, he gestured to a new acquisition, a grotesque, beautiful thing he had bought at auction. It was a black forest clock, its case carved into a gnarled tree trunk swarmed with wooden mites and beetles. At the top, instead of a cuckoo, was a small carved figure of a man with a scythe, his hood thrown back to reveal a skull's grin. "The Zeitfresser," Eduardo said. The time eater, late 1700s. A curiosity. No. Leanne approached it with clear distaste. "It's horrible. It feels sticky. It's just old wood." "No," she whispered, staring at the skeletal figure. "It's not." When she left, her unease lingered in the air like a new scent. Eduardo approached the time meter. He had not yet fully wound it. He inserted the heavy iron key into its side. As he turned it, he felt not the smooth resistance of a spring coiling, but a strange fluid suction, as if he were drawing something up from a deep, cold well. The clock began to tick. Its sound was not a clean click, but a soft, wet thump, like a slow heart buried in mud. That night, the distortions deepened. He woke to the smell of Margot's perfume, a scent of gardenias that had not been in the house for a decade. The hallway outside his bedroom stretched, the far end receding into a darkness that seemed to swallow the lamplight. From within that darkness, he heard not ticks, but the steady, dripping plink, plink, plink of water falling into water, and beneath it, a dry, rustling whisper, like countless insect legs skittering over parchment. He closed his eyes, counted to 10 in time with the heartbeat in his ears, and when he opened them, the hallway was normal, silent, but for the gentle congress of clocks. The next day, Channing arrived. He was a collector, a rival with the polished, predatory demeanor of a vulture in a bespoke suit. He knew things. He had sources in the obscure auctions, the private sales where objects of power changed hands for whispers and favors, not money. "Eduardo," Channing said, his voice smooth as oiled brass. "I hear you've come into possession of a particular Black Forest piece, a Zeitfresser. It's just a clock. We both know it is not just anything. Channing's eyes scanned the room, hungry and calculating. There are entities. They don't live in our time. They live in the gaps, the contradictions, the might-have-beens and never-wheres. They are parasites on causality itself, and some objects, crafted in moments of strange alignment or profound suffering, become doorways. Anchors. Your clocks, Eduardo. You've built a... Get out, Eduardo said, his voice thin. Channing smiled. A cold slit in his face. It's already feeding. You feel it, don't you? The little slips, the rewinds, the cold spots. It's savoring the paradoxes you're creating. Every time your clocks force a repetition, every time they make a moment stutter, it grows stronger. It will start with small things. Then it will take the larger inconsistencies. The day your wife died, but also didn't. The life you lived, but also the one you dreamed. But also... After Channing left, a profound silence fell, but it was not an absence of sound. It was a negative sound, a pressure on the eardrums. The clocks were still ticking, but Eduardo could no longer hear them with his ears. He felt them in his teeth, in the marrow of his bones. He walked to the time meter. The skeletal figure seemed to have shifted slightly, its head tilted, as if listening. The air around it was frigid. In the polished, dark wood of its case, Eduardo saw not his own reflection, but a swirling, nebulous shape, like smoke trapped under ice. It pulsed in time with the wet thump of the clock's mechanism. Leanne returned unannounced 2 days later, armed with digital recorders, electromagnetic field meters, and a face pale with dread. "I've been monitoring the area from my lab," she said, her voice trembling, breaking her clinical facade. "There's a localized temporal anomaly centered on this house. The gradient is increasing exponentially. Uncle Ed, people 3 blocks away are reporting déjà vu so strong they're getting sick. A kid on a bicycle swears he rode past the same mailbox 11 times. What have you done?" He had no answer. He was sitting at his workbench, staring at his hands. The age spots seemed to shift and swim like tadpoles under his skin. He could feel the entity now, a presence at the corner of his vision, a taste of static and decay at the back of his throat. It was in the clocks, but it was also between them, in the space their synchronized ticking carved out of reality. "We have to stop them," Leanne said, moving toward the main power switch for the shop lights. A futile, symbolic gesture. "No." Eduardo's shout was a dry crack. "They're all I have. They're my time. It's showing me. It can show me things." You saw it then, in the face of the grandfather clock. Not the clock face, but in the deep, reflective darkness of its polished glass. Margot, young, smiling, holding out a hand. Not a memory, but a possibility. A strand of time where the cancer had been benign, where the car had swerved, where she had lived. The parasite dangled it before him, a shimmering lure of stolen time. Leanne saw his expression. "It's lying, Uncle Ed. It's feeding on your want. It's making a paradox out of your grief." She grabbed the time meter, intending to smash it. The moment her fingers touched the wood, she screamed. Not a scream of pain, but of profound, existential disorientation. Her hand seemed to blur, to age and rejuvenate in rapid, flickering succession. She stumbled back, clutching her hand, which now bore a scar she'd gotten at 12, but also the liver spots of extreme old age, both realities superimposed. The entity made itself known. It did not step out of a shadow. The shadow stepped into it. The light in the room drained, not into darkness, but into a dull, twilight gray. Ticking of every clock slowed, deepened, merging into a single monumental, dragging beat. Boom, boom, boom. From the geometric center of the room, where the resonances of all the clocks intersected, the air began to peel back. It was not a hole, but an unraveling. Eduardo saw colors that had no name, shapes that were less than shapes, the negative impressions of angles that could not exist. And in the center, a pulsating filamentary core, like a nest of dead nerves, drinking in the light, the sound, the very seconds as they passed. It was the sound of the clocks turned inside out. It was the physical manifestation of a skipped heartbeat, a repeated minute, a lost hour. It was the Zeitfresser. It offered no threat, no roar. It simply was, and its being was a consumption. The polished oak of a shelf clock nearest to it began to dry, crack, and turn to dust, not over years, but in a wave of accelerated decay that took seconds. Then the dust swirled and was gone, eaten. The effect spread, a bubble of negation moving slowly toward them. Leanne, sobbing with terror, began grabbing clocks and throwing them to the floor, trying to break the resonant harmony. Brass and glass shattered. Springs uncoiled like dying serpents. With each broken clock, the entity flinched, its form growing momentarily less distinct, the consuming wave slowing. It needed the symphony to hold its form in their world. Eduardo watched her. He saw the ghost of Margot fade from the clock glass. He saw all the lost seconds the parasite had dangled before him, and he understood they were just bait, hooks made of his own longing. This thing had made a nest of his grief, his loneliness, his life's work. It had turned his sanctuary into a feeding ground. He did not attack the entity. He did not try to break more clocks. Instead, with a calm that felt alien in his own heart, he walked to his workbench. He picked up his smallest, sharpest screwdriver. He went to the great long-case clock, the first he had ever restored, the heartbeat of his collection. He opened its face. With precise, loving strokes, he did not break it. He altered it. He adjusted the pendulum, tweaked the escapement, bent a tooth on the great wheel ever so slightly. He threw it out of tune, not into silence but into discord. The clock's stately tick became a ragged, arrhythmic tick-tock, tick-tock, tick. The harmony of the room shattered. The other clocks, their delicate synchronization disrupted, began to stutter and whir in protest. The entity in the center of the room shuddered violently. The unraveling air began to knit itself back together, but messily, chaotically. The wave of decay reversed, but what it returned was wrong. The dust reformed into warped, melted-looking wood. A shattered glass face flowed back into a solid but bubbled opaque pane. The parasite was not destroyed. A thing that feeds on paradox cannot be killed by something as simple as discord. But it was evicted. Its anchor in Eduardo's timeline was gone. With a sound like 1,000 pages being ripped from a book, the filamentary core twisted in on itself and was gone, not vanishing, but unhappening. The silence that followed was the true silence of a stopped watch. No clocks ticked. Those that were not broken were hopelessly out of true. Gray afternoon light filtered through the high window, illuminating a scene of surreal ruin. Melted wood, bubbled glass, clocks frozen at impossible non-sequential times. Leanne sat on the floor, clutching her paradox-scarred hand to her chest, breathing in ragged gasps. Eduardo stood by his long-case clock, the screwdriver hanging from his limp fingers. He looked old, impossibly old, as if the entity had taken the potential of all his remaining years as a final snack before departure. Outside, time normalized. The boy on his bicycle rode past the mailbox once and continued down the street. Mrs. Henderson walked Pickles at a normal pace. The clematis buds remained buds. But inside the shop, time was wounded. The distortions did not vanish. They settled like sediment. The air remained thick and heavy. Light moved sluggishly through it. Leanne visited every day, but her visits seemed to last both an instant and an eternity. They spoke in slow, measured words that hung in the air long after they were uttered. Eduardo tried to repair a clock, a simple bracket clock, but his tools felt wrong in his hands. The screws turned, but did not bite. The springs held no tension. It was as if causality itself had grown thin and frayed in that room. One evening, as Leanne prepared to leave, she looked at her uncle. He was staring at the blank, bubbled face of what had been a beautiful French mantel clock. "It's still here, isn't it?" she whispered. "A little piece of it, in the bend." Eduardo nodded slowly. "It left a stain, a fold in the local time that can't be smoothed out. This room, it's a scar." He did not live much longer after that, not in any meaningful way. He sat in his chair, in the center of the silent, broken congress of his life's passion. Leanne would bring him food, and sometimes he would eat it, and sometimes she would return the next day to find the plate still full. But the food neither fresh nor rotten, existing in a state of permanent in-between. The day Eduardo's heart finally stopped, Leanne was there. There was no dramatic gasp, no final sigh. One moment he was breathing, slow as a tide, and the next he was not. But the room did not grow still, for in the absolute silence, she began to hear it again. Faint at first, then clearer. Tick, tock. It came from the time meter. The grotesque Black Forest clock, which had not been wound since the entity left, was running. Its carved skeletal figure had turned its head fully and now stared directly at Eduardo's empty chair. Its pendulum swung with that soft, wet thump. And then, from the long case clock, a rusty, grinding tick. From a shattered shelf clock, a faint, tinny talk. One by one, the broken, the melted, the impossibly warped clocks began to sound again. Not in harmony. In a slow, dragging, dissonant rhythm that made the air in the room curdle. The light from the window grew dim, not with evening, but with a kind of gathering thickness. Leanne backed toward the door, her blood cold. In the distorted, bubbled glass of the mantel clock, she did not see her reflection. She saw Eduardo, young, smiling, sitting at his workbench. And then she saw him old, head bowed. And then she saw the chair, empty. All three images, layered, shifting, none more real than the other. She fled, sealing the shop door behind her. She never opened it again. But sometimes, on still nights when the neighborhood is too quiet, people walking past the old clockmaker's shop will pause, uneasy. They will swear they hear, from deep within the sealed, dusty silence, the faint, discordant, and endless sound of clocks ticking. And if they peer through the grimy high window, they might see, for a fleeting second, a figure moving among the shadows, its hands engaged in some endless, meticulous task. But the image is never clear. It wavers, like a memory struggling to form, before it fades into the gloom, leaving only the impression of a sound, and a cold, deep, and unshakable feeling that time, in that place, is not a line, but a wound that never quite heals. A loop that never quite heals. A loop. Leanne sold the house, but could not bring herself to sell the contents of the shop. The contract with the new owners was explicit. The outbuilding was to remain locked, untouched, a forgotten closet appended to the property. They were happy to comply, unnerved by the chill that seemed to emanate from its stones even in summer. They planted ivy to cover the walls, as if to bury it in green. Years passed. Leanne became a professor, her work shifting from pure physics to the murky, controversial field of temporal mechanics. Her colleagues called it fringe science, but they could not explain the data from her private sensors, which she still maintained around the old shop. The localized anomaly persisted, a stable, non-decaying bubble of fractured causality. It was her secret reference point, her dark star. She married, had a daughter, and named her Margot. The child was sharp-eyed and curious, with a love for intricate things. On her 7th birthday, she asked for a watch to take apart. Leanne felt a cold dread, but she bought her a cheap mechanical one, and together they laid its tiny guts out on the kitchen table. The girl's small fingers were deft. She learned its language quickly. One autumn afternoon, when Margot was 10, she came home from school with a question. "Mom, what's in the little stone house in the back of the old property? The one with the ivy?" Leanne's breath caught. "It's just storage." "Why?" "I was playing with Billy from down the lane." He said his older brother dared him to touch the door. And when he did, his watch stopped. Not just stopped. The hands went backwards. "He showed me. It was stuck like that," he said, until his dad threw it out. Margot's eyes were wide, not with fear, but with a fierce, burning curiosity. "What's in there?" "Nothing good," Leanne said, her voice tight. "Promise me you'll never go near it." Margot promised. But Leanne saw the look in her daughter's eyes, the same look she herself had once given a puzzling equation. It was the look of a problem unsolved. The call came on a rainy Tuesday. The current owner of the property, a man named Evans, was renovating. "We're putting in a pool," he said, his voice cheerful. "That old outbuilding has to come down. I understand it's full of your family's old junk. You have a month to clear it out, or it goes with the demolition." Leanne protested, pleaded, even offered to buy the property back at an exorbitant sum. But Evans was firm. The permits were filed, the excavator booked. The clockmaker's shop had 30 days left to exist. She drove there on the first day of the deadline, a key she had not touched in decades cold in her hand. The ivy was thick, a living shroud. The air around the building was perceptibly cooler. She unlocked a heavy padlock, the click absurdly loud in the quiet. The wooden door swung inward with a groan that sounded like a sigh held for 20 years. The smell hit her first. Dust, yes, but also ozone, old wood, and that underlying static of decay. The gray light from the doorway sliced through the gloom, illuminating motes that did not swirl, but hung suspended in defiance of the draft. The room was exactly as she had left it, and yet not. The melted, warped clocks still sat on their shelves, but they were not covered in thick dust. A fine, even layer coated everything, as if the dust had settled uniformly over a single, endless moment. And they were ticking, all of them. A slow, dragging, a rhythmic pulse filled the space. A sound that seemed to vibrate in her teeth. The time eater's skeletal figure was now fully turned, its empty sockets fixed on the center of the room. The hands on every face, where they still existed, did not tell time. They shivered, or spun lazily, or pointed to numbers that weren't there. In the center of the room, Eduardo's chair was not empty. A figure sat there, silhouetted against the weak light from the far window. It was translucent, a shape of gathered shadows and dust motes. It held a ghostly screwdriver in one hand and a ghostly clock gear in the other, its head bent in eternal concentration. It was Eduardo, and it was not. It was a fossil, an echo pressed into the fabric of the room's broken time. Leanne took a step forward, and the temperature dropped sharply. The ticking did not change, but she felt a pressure, an attention. The figure in the chair did not look up, but she knew it was aware of her. It was a memory so potent, it had gained a kind of mass, a habit of existence, sustained by the dissonant loop of the clocks. She had come with a plan, to silence them forever, to take a sledgehammer to every last mechanism and break the loop. But as she stood there, feeling the wrongness of the seconds passing, she understood the truth Channing had spoken of all those years ago. This was no longer a parasite. It was an ecosystem. The entity was gone, but it had left behind a self-sustaining wound. The clocks were not causing it. They were bleeding from it. To smash them might do nothing, or it might rupture the fragile containment, allowing the fold in time to spill out, to infect the surrounding world with its recursive decaying now. She backed out, closed the door, and locked it. She called Evans and told him to proceed, but to under no circumstances open the building. Just knock it down, she said. Bury the foundation. The day the excavator arrived, Leanne watched from a distance, Margot beside her. The machine was a yellow dinosaur, its clawed bucket raised high. It slammed into the stone wall with a crash of rending masonry. Dust billowed, and then the engine died. Not sputtered, but died instantly, completely. The operator climbed out, scratching his head, and tried to restart it. The engine turned over but would not catch. Evans, looking annoyed, called for another machine. As they waited, Margot tugged Leanne's sleeve. "Mom," she whispered, pointing. From within the gaping hole in the wall, a strand of ivy was visible. But it was moving, not in the wind, for there was none. It was growing, sinuous and swift, weaving itself through the broken stones, covering the wound in the wall with alarming speed. By the time the second excavator arrived, the hole was already half sealed in a lattice of vibrant green. The second machine died the moment its bucket touched the stones. A deep, profound silence fell over the worksite, broken only by the distant sound of a normal clock chiming from a neighbor's kitchen. The men stood around, uneasy, superstitious. Evans, pale, called off the demolition. Leanne took her daughter's hand and led her away. She knew now what would happen. The ivy would grow thicker, faster, until it swallowed the shop whole. The stonewood would crumble and be held together by root and vine. The ticking would continue, muffled by earth and leaf, a faint, discordant heartbeat under the hill, and the ghost in the chair would continue its endless, meticulous work, a sentinel guarding a wound in time that refused to close. It was not an ending. It was a preservation. The clockmaker's shop had become its own clock, a broken timepiece measuring out an eternal, looping interval between a scream and a sigh, forever waiting for a harmony that would never come, in a silence that was never truly silent. Leanne spent the next decade monitoring the site from a discreet distance. The ivy did as she predicted, engulfing the structure entirely, creating a green, amorphous mound in the backyard. The Evans family, after a series of minor misfortunes they attributed to the place, moved away. The property changed hands twice more, each new owner finding some reason to avoid the strange, overgrown knoll at the back of the lot. It became a local oddity, a subject for ghost stories told by teenagers. They called it the Ticking Hill. Margot grew up. Her childhood curiosity about the place hardened into a quiet, professional obsession. She studied engineering, then material science, with a focus on resonant frequencies and anomalous energy decay. She and her mother spoke of it in careful, clinical terms, a shared secret that was also a shared burden. Leanne's health began to fail, a slow decline that felt to her like a gradual synchronization with the slowed time of the shop. On her deathbed, she gripped Margot's hand, her voice a papery whisper. "It's stable. Promise me you'll just let it be. Promise me you won't try to fix it." Margot promised. But, like her mother before her, she knew the weight of an unsolved equation. Leanne died and was buried under a simple headstone that gave only her name and dates. Margot felt the silence that followed was different. It was a waiting silence. A year after the funeral, a new family moved into the main house. They had a boy, Leo, who was autistic and profoundly sensitive to sound. He would spend hours in the backyard, his hands over his ears, staring at the ticking hill. His parents thought it was the wind in the leaves. But Leo drew pictures for his therapist, not of a hill, but of a room full of clocks, and a sad man in a chair, and a tangled knot of black lines in the center that he called the hungry sound. Margot, who had kept a distant, ant-like rapport with the neighborhood, heard about the drawings. A cold certainty settled in her stomach. The anomaly was not inert. It was interacting, seeking a new conduit. The ghost of her grandfather was a pattern, and patterns seek recognition. Leo was listening. She had to make a choice: honor her mother's wish for non-interference, or act before the unstable equilibrium found a new way to tip. She chose a third path. Not destruction, not preservation, but communication. If the phenomenon was a memory with mass, perhaps it could be reasoned with, or at least understood. Using her research credentials, she fabricated a cover story about subsonic geological surveys and obtained permission to place a series of delicate sensor arrays around the mound. But these were not just sensors. They were transducers designed to translate data into sound and sound into data. Her plan was audacious: to establish a feedback loop, to sing to the wound in a language it understood. She would not try to silence the discordant ticking. She would try to harmonize with it, to gently steer its endless loop toward a resolution, like guiding a needle out of a skipped groove on a record. The equipment was set up on a clear, cold night. The mound was a dark silhouette against the starry sky, utterly still. Margot initiated the sequence from her van parked on the street. A low, synthesized hum, based on the fundamental frequency she had extrapolated from her mother's old data, began to pulse from the speakers directed at the hill. For a long time, nothing. Then, the ivy leaves began to tremble. Not in the wind, but in unison. The trembling became a shiver, and the shiver became a visible wave. From within the heart of the mound, a familiar, dragging tick-tock grew louder, pushing against her manufactured tone. The two sounds clashed, warring for dominance. The air grew thick and heavy. Inside the van, her screens went wild. The local temporal distortion was spiking. The ghostly silhouette of the shop began to resolve on her thermal imaging, not as heat, but as a biting cold. And within that cold, the figure in the chair shifted. For the first time, it lifted its head. On the screen, it was only a blur of contrasting temperatures. But in Margot's mind, a pressure formed, a thought that was not her own. It was not words. It was a composite sensation. The smell of oil and oak, the feel of a tiny screwdriver in calloused fingers, the crushing weight of an endless, lonely task, and beneath it all, a deep, sorrowful hunger. It was Eduardo's legacy, not his memory, but the imprint of his unfinished purpose. The entity had fed on ordered time. This remnant was something else. It was the need to order time, the compulsive drive to fix what was broken, stripped of a living mind to guide it. It was a repairman's ghost, condemned to forever try to repair the irreparable damage it had helped cause. Her harmonic tone was not calming it. It was exciting it. The ticking from the hill grew faster, more frantic. The ivy started to blacken and curl at the tips. Leo's bedroom light came on in the house. Margot realized her mistake. She had approached it as a physicist, as a problem of frequencies. But it was a story of grief and love and obsession written into the skin of the world. You couldn't harmonize a story. You could only end it, or let it repeat. With shaking hands, she changed the input. She shut off the synthesized tone and instead fed pure, simple sound files into the transducers. The first was her mother Leon's voice from an old birthday video, clear and young, laughing. The second was her own daughter's voice, singing a nursery school song. The third was the sound of a single, healthy, perfectly tuned grandfather clock, ticking in a sunlit hallway. The frantic ticking from the hill stuttered. The pressure in her mind shifted. The hunger remained, but it was now layered with a new sensation, confusion, and a vast, echoing loneliness. She took a deep breath and spoke into her microphone, her voice amplified and directed into the heart of the green, ticking mound. "Grandfather," she said, the word feeling both strange and true. The shop is closed. The ticking stopped. The silence was absolute, a vacuum that made her ears pop. On her screens, the cold signature began to diffuse, to soften. The outline of the chair and its occupant grew faint. She saw a flicker in the darkness between the vines. For a second, it was not a mound, but a clear window into the room. The melted clocks were still. The figure in the chair was looking at her. Its face was indistinct, but the posture of the silhouette had changed. The tools were lowered. It was simply sitting, as if listening. Then the vision faded. The ivy was just ivy, dormant for the winter. The air was just cold, night air. Her sensors registered baseline levels. The temporal fold was still present, but it was dormant, quiescent, like a scar that no longer aches. Margot packed her equipment and drove away. She did not know if she had ended anything or simply offered a moment of peace within the endless loop. Perhaps some wounds could not heal, but they could sleep. The next morning, Leah's mother found him in the backyard. He was not covering his ears. He was drawing a new picture. It showed a hill, covered in green. Above it, he had drawn a single large clock face, its hands pointing to no number in particular. And he had written, in his careful blocky letters, one word at the bottom of the page: quiet. Dotun. Story 3. The wind came first, not as a gust, but as a sigh. A long exhalation that slipped through the sealed ventilation grates of the city. It carried the scent of distant rain on concrete, a metallic tang like old blood, and a fine whispering grit that settled on every windowsill. In the absolute silence mandated by law, the wind's passage was not heard but felt. A pressure change in the inner ear, a phantom caress on the back of the neck. To those who remembered, or who dared to imagine, it sounded like the beginning of a note held on a cello string, forever unresolved. It was an omen, but the city of Athelred had long ago forgotten how to read them. Jorge felt it in his teeth. He stood at his single window, looking out over the gray canyons of the mute metropolis. His hands, resting on the sill, ached with a familiar phantom pain. They remembered the weight of a violin's neck, the resistance of horsehair on string, the vibration that would travel up his arm and nestle in the hollow of his sternum. That was a decade ago, before the final accord. Now his hands were used for operating silent machinery and signing the complex hand language that had replaced speech. But the memory of sound was a tumor in his brain, inoperable and growing. The city's doctrine was simple, its history scrubbed clean. An ancient entity, known only as the listener, slumbered in the bedrock beneath them. Sound, particularly organized, intentional sound, music, was an affront to it. Noise was a scalpel to its sleeping mind. The accord promised peace through silence. Speech was banned. All music was eradicated. The streets were paved with a sound-absorbent composite. People wore soft-soled shoes. The world was a library perpetually holding its breath. Jorge's rebellion was a quiet one. He collected vibrations. The hum of the subterranean transit felt through the floor. The rhythmic thump of his own heart, amplified by pressing his ear to the wall. He had, even in profound secrecy, taken to tapping a fingernail against his front tooth, varying the rhythm, creating tiny, percussive symphonies that resonated through his skull. It was a hunger, a physical need, and the wind's whispering entry tonight made the hunger sharp as a bone splinter. His search for rumor, for any crack in the silent world, had led him to a name, passed in the fleeting touch of fingers during a crowded transit exchange. Louisa Dodd. She was a curator at the Archives of the Voiceless, a place that cataloged the history of pre-accord sonic transgressions. More importantly, the rumors suggested she knew of other ways of hearing. He found her in the stark white silence of the archives, A woman with hair the color of cold ash and eyes that held no reflection. She moved without a whisper. Her communication was not the standard hand language, but something older, more fluid, a dance of fingers and palms that told whole stories in a single gesture. He asked his questions with trembling hands. She watched his desperate signs, her expression that of a geologist examining an interesting but common stone. She did not answer with signs. Instead, she placed a single brass key on the counter between them. Then she wrote on a slate, the squeak of the chalk a shocking illicit sound that made Jorge flinch. The words were, "Midnight, Sublevel 9. Listen with your bones." The descent was a journey into the city's forgotten guts. Sublevel 9 was pre-accord, a maintenance corridor long sealed. The air grew damp and cold, smelling of rust and wet clay. The oppressive, engineered silence of the upper world gave way to a different quiet, one pregnant with the drip of water and the groan of settling earth. It was a silence that contained memory. The door the key opened was heavy iron, its hinges screaming a silent protest as Jorge pushed. Beyond was not a room, but a cavern, natural and vast, hidden beneath the city's foundations. And it was not silent. A low hum permeated the space, a frequency so deep it was less a sound, and more a disturbance in the stomach. Figures in dark robes stood in a circle around a central dais. They were not speaking, but they were humming. The vibration came from their chests, a collective wordless chant that made the air thick and heavy. At the center stood Louisa. She had shed her archival uniform for a robe of simple black. In her hands was not an instrument, but a long, thin rod of polished stone. As Jorge watched, frozen in the doorway, she struck it against a hanging slab of similar rock. A tone bloomed in the cavern. It was pure and clear and terrifyingly beautiful. It did not just enter Jorge's ears. It unfolded inside his mind, a silver flower blooming in the dark. It was the first real sound he had heard in 10 years, and it broke something open in him, a dam of sensory deprivation. Tears streamed down his face, soundlessly. After the ritual, she approached him. Her voice, when she used it, was a dry rustle, unpracticed. "You feel it," she said, not a question. "The hunger. They told us the listener hates sound. That is the lie. It does not hate sound. It craves it. It feeds on it. The accord was not a peace treaty. It was a starvation diet. We have been withholding the meal." Jorge, his own voice a ragged, unfamiliar thing, whispered, "What meal?" "The symphony," she breathed, her eyes alight with a fervor that chilled him more than the cavern's cold. A composition of such perfect, devastating beauty that its consumption will satiate the listener for another age. It will grant boons to its chefs. We will not just make sound. We will be its masters. He was drawn into their fold, a convert drunk on the rediscovery of vibration. They practiced in the deep cavern, creating sounds from strange, non-metallic instruments. Stone chimes, hollow clay pipes, drums of stretched hide. The music was alien, haunting, and profoundly powerful. It was geometry given vibration. Jorge, with his innate understanding of harmony, thrived. Louisa guided him, her touch cold, her praise a mere nod. He felt chosen. The only discord was a child, a mute girl named Greta, who served the society as a runner and cleaner. She could not speak, could not hum, but she heard everything. Her eyes, large and dark, followed Jorge. She would flinch at certain harmonies, cover her ears during specific rhythmic exercises. Once she tugged at his sleeve as he practiced a complex sequence on a set of tuned water bowls. Her small hands flew in the standard sign language. Wrong. It hears that. It wakes. Jorge smiled, patting her head. He signed back. That's the point. She shook her head violently. her face pale. She pointed to the cavern wall, then to her own chest, then made a gesture of something uncoiling, growing. She mimed Eden, then pointed at him, at all of them. Her panic was palpable, but Jorge, intoxicated by the music, saw it as the fear of a child who did not understand the glorious purpose. The night of the symphony arrived. The wind above was a gale now, a screaming silent force that shook the city's foundations. In the cavern, the society assembled. The air throbbed with anticipation. Jorge's instrument was a set of 9 glass spheres, each filled with a different level of water, which he would stroke to produce ethereal, singing tones. He took his place, his heart a drum in the silent world. Louisa raised her stone rod. The symphony began. It was not music as he had ever dreamed. It was a living entity. The deep hum of the chanters formed the earth. The clay pipes wove melodies like roots seeking deep water. The stone chimes were stars cracking open. And Jorge's glass spheres sang the song of rain, of tears, of life itself. The sound built, layer upon layer, a cathedral of vibration. It was beautiful. It was the most beautiful thing Jorge had ever perceived. He wept as he played, lost in the ecstasy of creation. He did not see the cracks appearing in the cavern walls, fine at first, then widening, shedding dust. He felt it, though. The deep hum was no longer coming just from the chanters. It was answering from below. The ground began to pulse in time with the music. Greta ran into the center, her small face a mask of terror. She waved her arms, trying to break their concentration. No one looked. The music was all. She stared at Jorge, her eyes pleading. She pointed desperately at his glass spheres, then at the ground, then made a frantic ripping motion over her own heart. In a moment of crystalline clarity, Jorge understood. The child was not warning them that the listener was waking. She was warning them that it was here. It had always been here, sleeping in the silence not because it hated sound, but because it was listening. And what it listened for was not just sound, but the love of it. The craving, the devotion. That was the flavor. The symphony was not a summons. It was a dinner bell, and they were not the chefs. They were the feast. He tried to stop. His hands froze over the singing glass. But the music was now self-sustaining. The vibrations from below had joined the chorus, conducting through the stone, through the instruments, through their very bodies. He could not let go. The beautiful tone from his spheres was now a hook in his soul. Louisa's eyes met his. There was no fear in them, only a terrifying rapture. She had known. This was the communion, the offering. The cavern floor did not break. It softened. It became a great, resonant membrane. The magnificent symphony was now a digestive process, a beautiful grinding noise that vibrated through their cells. Jorge saw the chanters first. They did not scream. They simply unraveled. Their bodies harmonized with a frequency too profound, their flesh dissolving into a mist of pure, vibrating particles that was drawn down into the shifting stone. The sound they made as they went was a perfect minor chord. Louisa went next, striking her stone rod one final time in a triumphant crescendo before she flowed like sand into the humming earth, her final expression one of bliss. Jorge's body was singing. He could feel his bones resonating, his blood humming in tune. The beauty was agony. It was the most profound feeling of connection and annihilation imaginable. He looked at Greta, the only silent one. The music did not want her. She had no love to give it. She stood, a void in the glorious noise, watching him with those ancient, sad eyes. As the vibration took him, pulling him apart into a stream of exquisite sensation, his final sight was of Greta, turning and walking slowly towards the iron door. She did not look back. The symphony consumed him. It was not a death of crushing force, but of infinite, beautiful absorption. He became a note, held forever. Above, in the silent city, the wind suddenly stopped. The pressure eased. The people of Ethelred slept on, dreaming of nothing. In the archives, a single slate on a desk, untouched, acquired a faint, new line of writing in the dust, as if drawn by a vibration. It was a single musical staff note, and deep below, in the warm, resonant dark, the listener, satiated by the beautiful, deadly symphony, settled once more into a contented dormancy. It dreamed of the next note, the next chord, the next hungry heart that would someday inevitably learn to love sound again. It waited. It always waited. The silence that followed was not empty, but full. A held breath in an infinite lung. A rest between movements of a symphony that never, ever ends. Greta closed the iron door. The scream of the hinges was swallowed by the thick, sound-absorbent rock. She did not hear the final, glorious dissolution of the symphony or its players. She felt it, though. A final, subterranean shiver that traveled up through the soles of her soft shoes and into her spine, then faded into a profound and absolute stillness. The climb back through the sublevels was longer than the descent. The silence was different now. It was not the engineered quiet of the Accord, nor the pregnant, dripping silence of the deep cavern. It was a spent silence, a satisfied silence. It pressed on her ears like wool. She emerged into the archives an hour before dawn. The white halls were empty. She went to the slate where Louisa had first written to Jorge. The chalk dust was undisturbed. With a small, clean cloth from her pocket, she carefully wiped the slate completely blank. Then she took the brass key from her own pocket and placed it in the central drawer of Louisa's desk, locking it away. Her work was not done. She moved through the pre-dawn city, a small gray ghost. She went to Jorge's apartment. It was as he left it, sterile and quiet. On the windowsill, the fine grit carried by the sighing wind had settled. She wiped it clean with her sleeve. She found his few personal effects: a faded picture of people smiling with open mouths, a set of polished maintenance tools, a single broken violin string coiled in a tiny box. She took none of it. She simply made the bed, straightened the single chair, and left. She visited the homes of 3 of the chanters. She did not enter. She observed from across the street as the automated systems within each dwelling eventually registered prolonged occupant absence and switched to standby mode, the lights winking out one by one. They would be listed as voluntary relocations to the agricultural outskirts. It had happened before. By the time the first citizens emerged onto the streets, moving with hushed steps and speaking hands, Greta was in her small cot in the archive's servant quarters. She lay on her back, staring at the ceiling. Her body felt hollow, not with grief, but with a quiet, familiar emptiness. She replayed the final moments in the cavern, the rapture on Louisa's face, the dawning horror in Jorge's eyes, the beautiful, terrible unmaking. She felt nothing. The symphony had been a firestorm of emotion. She was the cold stone after the blaze has passed. Days turned into weeks. The wind did not return. The city's silence felt deeper, more permanent. The archives received a new curator, a young man who knew nothing of his predecessor's secret faith. He was efficient and quiet. Greta continued her duties, cleaning, fetching, organizing. She was invisible, as she was meant to be. One evening, as she was dusting the sealed exhibits of pre-Accord musical instruments, a violin under glass, a brass horn, a set of silver bells, she felt a presence. A boy, an apprentice from the power grid, was staring not at the instruments, but at the vibration-dampening material lining their case. His fingers twitched at his side, tracing a faint, rhythmic pattern on his thigh. His eyes held a distant, hungry look. It was a look she recognized. He jumped when he noticed her watching. His hands flew up in apology, then into the standard signs of greeting. She nodded, her face blank, and went back to dusting. Later she saw him again, lingering near a historical display about sonic pollution. He was reading the warnings, but his posture was not of someone being warned. It was of someone being tantalized. She watched him from the shadows, this boy with clever hands and a hungry heart. That night, in her cot, Greta did not sleep. She thought of Jorge's smile when he patted her head. She thought of the single perfect note left on the dusty slate. She thought of the long, contented sleep of the thing below. When the boy returned the next day, she was waiting. As he passed her in a narrow aisle between stacks, her hand shot out, not to sign, but to grasp his wrist. Her touch was cold. He froze, startled. She looked into his eyes, and with her free hand, she made a series of gestures. They were not from the standard hand language. They were older, more fluid. A story told in a single gesture. She told him of a place, of a deep hum, of a beautiful and terrible hunger. She saw the spark ignite in his eyes, the desperate, eager curiosity. It was the same spark. She released him and turned away, resuming her dusting. Her face was a placid mask, but inside, the hollow place felt a little colder. She had done her duty. The note had been placed. The rest would follow, as it always did. The silence of Ethelred was not a void, but a web, and she was its quiet, patient weaver, ensuring the threads of longing were always, always in place. The boy did not approach her again that day, but she felt his eyes on her back as she worked, a new and focused attention. The hunger had been named, and now it had a direction. It was a delicate seed, and she had planted it in fertile, desperate ground. Her duty was a grim and perpetual harvest. A week later, she found a small, folded square of paper tucked under her cleaning caddy. Unfolding it, she saw not words, but a meticulously drawn diagram of a sound wave, captured from some ancient text, and below it, a question mark. The line was shaky, drawn with stolen concentration. She folded the paper again and, during her lunch break, placed it inside a disused ventilation duct in sublevel 2. It would dissolve into pulp from the damp within days. The next communication was a pattern. He would tap a specific, complex rhythm against a water pipe as she passed in the lower stacks. It was a child's code, obvious and brave. She never responded in kind. Instead, she began to leave things in his path. A polished river stone, cool and smooth. A dried length of reed, hollow and light. Once, a fragment of an old ceramic tile that rang with a faint, high tone when struck gently against the floor. Each object was a silent lesson, a breadcrumb on a path she had seen walk to its end. His name was Leo. She learned this from the work logs. He was 17, orphaned, and gifted with an intuitive understanding of resonance systems that had secured him his grid apprenticeship. He was exactly the kind of mind the society, and the thing below, craved. His curiosity was a bright, burning thing, and she was carefully feeding it kindling. One evening, as the archive closed, she saw him lingering by the main entrance. His hands moved, asking a direct question for the first time. Where is the source of the deep hum? Greta looked at him for a long moment. Then she pointed, not down, but up, towards the ceiling and the city above. She signed slowly. The source is everywhere. The hunger is the key. She then made the old gesture, the one that told the story of the cavern, the symphony, and the consumption. She saw the confusion on his face, then the dawning, terrifying comprehension. He took a step back. She simply turned and walked away. her soft shoes making no sound on the composite floor. That should have been the end of it. A true warning. But hunger is a powerful thing. 2 nights later, she felt the faint, familiar vibration in the floor of her quarters. A rhythmic tapping transmitted through the building's skeleton. He had deciphered the old gesture. He was asking for the way. For the first time in her life, Greta felt a tremor that was not of the earth. It was in her hands. She clenched them into fists until it stopped. She had a choice. She could let his curiosity fade, let it be starved by the relentless silence of the Accord. He might live a long, quiet life. Or she could show him the door, as Louisa had shown Jorge. She thought of the contented silence that had followed the last symphony. It was a peace bought with beautiful sacrifice. It was the balance. In the dead of night, she went to the disused maintenance shaft. She did not take the brass key. Instead, she took a piece of chalk. At the entrance to sub-level 9 on the rusted door, she drew a single, simple symbol. It was the musical staff note from the dusty slate, the one that had appeared after Jorge was gone. She left it there, a white scar on the dark metal. Leo found it the next day. She knew he would. She watched from a hidden vantage point as he traced the symbol with reverent fingers, his face pale with excitement and fear. He looked around, but she was a shadow within shadows. He took a deep breath, pushed the heavy door open, and disappeared into the darkness. Greta did not follow. She returned to the archives and began cleaning a display case of ancient, handwritten musical scores. The notes on the page were like trapped birds, silent and still. She polished the glass until it shone. Her reflection was a pale smudge, a girl with ancient eyes and a young face. The hollow feeling inside her was complete now, a perfect and silent chamber. She had done her duty. The symphony needed its composers, and the silence needed its keeper. She was the weaver, and the web was intact. In the deep, warm dark, the next movement was already beginning. Leo did not return to his apprenticeship. His absence was noted, logged, and eventually attributed to the same vague relocation as the others. Greta saw the entry in the personnel file when she was cleaning the curator's terminal. She felt nothing. The process was in motion, and process was a kind of peace. She began to notice the signs in the city itself. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift. The great wind turbines on the outskirts, designed to siphon the chaotic energy of the gales, now stood still against a perpetually calm sky. The silence they produced was no longer an act of suppression, but a passive fact. The air itself seemed thicker, heavier, as if the atmosphere was resting. Citizens spoke less with their hands, their movements becoming slower, more deliberate. It was not the alert quiet of law, but the drowsy quiet of a well-fed beast. The listener's satiation echoed upwards, a lullaby for an entire city. Weeks later, a faint new hum began, not from below, but from the walls of the archives. It was the hum of a tuning fork struck lightly and pressed against a beam. It lasted for 10 seconds each evening at precisely the 9th hour. Leo was practicing. He had found the instruments, or had begun to make his own. The sound was hesitant, searching, but it was underpinned by that same fervent curiosity that had consumed Jorge. The hunger was learning to sing. Greta's routine did not change. She cleaned, she fetched, she observed. The new curator, a man named Eris, was different from Louisa.1. He had no secret passion. His love was for order, for cataloging, for the silence of perfectly aligned data. He often praised Greta's quiet efficiency with a brisk nod. She was a perfect component in his silent machine. He did not see the faint chalk dust sometimes under her fingernails, or notice how she would occasionally pause, her head tilted as if hearing a distant strain of music only she could perceive. One afternoon, Eris called her to his desk. He pointed to a stack of newly recovered materials from a sealed pre-accord storage unit. Among them was a small flat box made of a strange, dark wood. "Catalog this," he signed. "Use extreme care. The material is likely highly fragile." Greta took the box to a cleaning station. The wood was not wood at all, but a hardened resin, smooth as stone. There was no visible latch. As she turned it in her hands, her fingers found almost imperceptible depressions along the sides. A sequence. Without conscious thought, her fingertips pressed in an order that felt natural. A rhythm her body remembered from a deep genetic level. The box lid slid open with a soft, sighing click. Inside, cushioned on faded velvet, lay a metallic disc. It was inscribed with a continuous, spiraling groove. A phonograph record. Beside it, nestled in a custom slot, was a needle. A label on the inside lid bore a single word in an archaic script. Lullaby. Her heart, usually so still, gave a single hard thump. This was not a tool for summoning. This was a relic of the before time, of the world that had chattered and screamed itself to the brink. A lullaby was meant to soothe, to quiet, to bring sleep. She stared at the spiral. It was a frozen sound, captured vibration. What sleep did it intend to bring? That evening when Leo's tuning fork hum resonated through the building, it felt different to her. It felt like an answer to a question not yet asked. She looked at the closed box on her shelf. The silence around her was no longer just the absence of noise. It was a listening presence. And she realized with a chill that cut through her hollow core that there were two kinds of hunger below. One was for the beautiful, devouring symphony. The other, perhaps, was for the quiet that came after. A lullaby was not a dinner bell. It a promise of rest. Leo's hum stopped abruptly, mid-tone. The silence that followed was sharp, expectant. Greta placed her hand flat on the cool wall of her room. She could feel it, a new vibration, deep and slow and patient, rising up from the foundations. It was not the eager answer to a symphony. It was the sound of something turning over in its sleep. Soothed by a new, faint melody it had not heard in millennia. Leo had played something old. She looked at the box. The weaver of the web saw a new thread, silver and thin, descending into the dark. She did not know what it was attached to. Her duty was to the balance, to the feeding of the hunger that preserved the silence. But what if there was more than one way to feed it? What if a lullaby could bring a deeper, truer sleep? For the first time, Greta's certainty wavered. The hollow space inside her echoed with a new, unfamiliar sound, the quiet, terrifying note of choice. The next morning, she cataloged the resin box as instructed. She described it as a storage device for obsolete data, which was not a lie. She did not mention the word on the label. She placed it in a climate-controlled vault, its location logged and forgotten by all but her. The needle, however, she kept. It was a sliver of silver, no longer than her smallest fingernail. She slipped it into a seam of her gray tunic, where it lay against her skin, a cold, secret tooth. Leo's nightly hum did not return. The silence of the archives deepened. But it was now a silence she questioned. Was it satiation, or was it anticipation? She found herself listening not for sounds, but for the quality of the quiet. The difference between a room after a shout and a room before a whisper. Eris noticed her distraction once. She had been polishing the same pane of glass for 5 minutes, her eyes distant. He tapped the desk to get her attention. "You are tired," his hand stated, a clinical observation. "Take an additional rest period." She nodded, grateful for the dismissal. She did not go to her quarters. Instead, she descended. Not to the iron door, but to sub-level 5, where the environmental systems hummed with a steady, purposeless drone. She stood in the mechanical heartbeat of the city and tried to think. The listener dreamed of symphonies. It fed on beautiful, catastrophic sound. But the lullaby suggested it could also dream of silence. A fed thing sleeps. A soothed thing sleeps deeper. What was her duty? To provide the feast that ensured a long, contented dormancy? Or to find the song that might ensure it never woke hungry again? She thought of Leo. He was down there now, among the bones of old instruments and the ghost of Jorge's symphony. He was clever. He had found a new score. Was he composing a new offering, or had he stumbled upon the lullaby? The vibration she had felt, the slow, sleepy turn, suggested the latter. The listener had been stirred, not ravenous, but curious in a different way. A week passed. Then, a soft, shuddering exhalation traveled through the stone of the city. It was not a sound, but a movement. A sigh. In the streets above, a few windows cracked. No alarm was raised. Structural settling was rare, but known. Greta knew it was no such thing. It was the sigh of a sleeper, shifting, a mountain adjusting its weight. That night, she went to the vault and retrieved the resin box. She did not take it far. She went to a forgotten listening room, a relic from the early accord where acoustic dampening had been tested. The walls were lined with thick, porous tiles that drank sound. Here, she opened the box. She held the record. It was heavier than it looked. The spiral was a labyrinth with no center. She had no player, but she had the needle. Holding the needle between thumb and forefinger, she gently, ever so gently, traced the tip along the groove. There was no sound, of course, but in the perfect silence of the room, she felt the vibration travel up the silver sliver into her fingers, up her arm. It was a pattern, a code of ridges and valleys, a map of a forgotten feeling. Her arm hairs stood on end. A profound, aching melancholy seeped into her, not through her ears, but through her bones. It was the ghost of the lullaby, understood by her flesh. This was not a thing of chaos. This was a thing of an ending. A deliberate, gentle close. The sigh from below made sense now. Leo had not recreated this. He had found something else, something that had stirred the sleeper. But this might comet. A choice crystallized, cold and sharp. She could continue as she always had. Leo would complete his symphony. A new, glorious noise would be consumed, and the city would enjoy another generation of windless silence. Or she could intervene. She could take the lullaby to the door. She could try to sing the listener a deeper sleep, but to do that she would have to go down. She would have to pass through the door, not as a guide, but as a participant. She would have to enter the chamber of the hungry heart. Greta closed the box, the ghost of the vibration still humming in her fingertips. The weaver of the web saw that the threads were tangled. One thread led to Leo, composing in the dark. One thread led to the listener, dreaming of music. And one new silver thread led from the needle in her hand, down into the black. She could not follow all of them. Her duty was to the silence. The question now was what kind of silence she served. She left the listening room, the box tucked under her arm. The archives were asleep. Her cot awaited, but she turned instead toward the maintenance shaft. The hollow inside her was not empty anymore. It was filled with a silent echo of a lullaby, and with a resolve that felt like the only true sound she had ever made. She would go down, not to feed the hunger, but to study it, to see if the old sleep could be woven anew. First step was to find Leo, and to see what note he was about to play. The descent was different this time. She was not guiding, not observing. She was trespassing in her own design. The familiar chill of the lower levels bit deeper, and the silence was a physical pressure, a dense liquid through which she moved. She did not have the brass key, but she knew the door would be unlocked. It always was for the composers. The symbol she had drawn was still there on the rusted metal, a faint white smudge. She paused, her hand hovering over it. Then she pushed. The door swung inward, without a sound. The darkness beyond was absolute, but it was a darkness she knew. It had a texture, a scent of damp stone and ancient metal. And now there was a new element, a thread of sound. It was not the clear hum of a tuning fork. It was a low, resonant thrum, like a string the size of a city street being plucked once and left to vibrate for days. It pulsed through the stone floor, up through the soles of her feet. Leo was not just practicing. He was tuning something vast. She moved by memory, her fingers brushing the cold wall as a guide. The thrum grew stronger, a deep sea that seemed to pull at the marrow of her bones. She reached the final corridor, the one that opened into the cavern. A soft, amber light glowed from within, a light she had never seen before. Jorge had worked in darkness, his only illumination the strange bioluminescence of the listener's chamber. This light was warm and flickering. Fire. Greta stopped at the edge of the opening, concealed in shadow. The cavern was transformed. Dozens of small, careful fires burned in shallow stone dishes, casting dancing light upon the impossible architecture of the chamber. The great stone ribs, the hanging stalactites that were not stone at all, but petrified resin, the vast, smooth floor. And in the center, surrounded by scavenged parts and tools, stood Leo. He had built an instrument. It was crude and magnificent, a monstrous hybrid of a harp and a forge bellows. Wires, thick as her wrist, stretched from a central iron frame to anchors bolted into the living rock. At its base, a series of leather pouches and pipes suggested a way to amplify the sound, to push it into the earth. He was not just composing a symphony. He was building an amplifier. He stood with his back to her, his hands on a large wooden lever. He was shirtless, sweat gleaming in the firelight. With a grunt of effort, he pulled. The lever engaged a series of gears and weights. A hammer, carved from a single dense stone, swung back and then struck the central wire. The note was not beautiful. It was a shattering metallic roar that tore through the cavern, so loud Greta felt her teeth rattle. The sound did not fade. It was swallowed, absorbed by the floor, the walls, the very air. For a moment, nothing. Then the deep hum returned, not as an echo, but as a response. It was the same pitch, but purified, deepened, multiplied 1,000-fold. It was the note, digested and reflected back. The chamber itself seemed to swell, the stone ribs flexing slightly. The fires dimmed, their energy drawn into the sound. Leo laughed, a raw, triumphant sound. He had done it. He had not just played for the listener. He had shaken hands with it. Greta understood. This was not Jorge's complex, emotional symphony. This was something more direct, more primal. Leo was not offering a meal. He was offering a mirror, and the listener was fascinated. As the deep hum faded back to its baseline, Leo turned, reaching for a water skin. His eyes swept the cavern and froze, locking onto Greta's shadowed form. He did not startle. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. His hands moved, the gestures clear in the firelight. You came. I knew you would. You heard the conversation. Greta stepped forward into the circle of light. She kept her own hands still at her sides. She looked from his face to the monstrous instrument, then down at the floor where the sound had been swallowed. Leo followed her gaze. It's not what you think, he signed quickly, his movements eager. He doesn't just want to consume, he wants to understand. He's lonely. He's been alone with his own hunger for so long. I'm not feeding him. I'm talking to him. Greta felt a cold certainty. He believed it. He had felt the listener's attention, its resonant pleasure. and he had mistaken it for companionship. He did not see the beautiful, terrible hunger. He saw a pen pal. She pointed to the amplifier, then made the old gesture for the symphony, the consumption. Leo shook his head. No, that was before. That was when he was screaming into the void. I'm giving him an answer. He gestured around at the cavern. He's showing me things. The structure here, it's not a cave. It's a throat, a larynx. I'm learning how to help him speak. The horror of it dawned on Greta with perfect clarity. Jorge had been a chef preparing a banquet. Leo was a surgeon preparing to operate on a sleeping god. He wanted to give the listener a voice. The deep hum shifted then, not in pitch, but in texture. It gained a warmth, a vibration that felt almost like approval. It was responding to Leo's thoughts, to his conviction. It was encouraging him. Greta looked at the boy's bright, feverish eyes, then at the resin box she carried. The lullaby was an ending. Leo's project was a beginning, a terrifying, world-breaking beginning. The web was not just tangled, it was tearing. She had a choice, but it was no longer about which thread to follow. It was about which thread to cut. Slowly, she opened the box. She lifted the record, the spiral catching the firelight. Leo's eyes widened, his professional curiosity instantly engaged. He took a step closer. What is that? Greta did not answer with her hands. Instead, she held the record out to him, offering it. Then she pointed to the amplifier, and then down, to the stone floor where the listener dreamed. Her meaning was clear. Play this for him. Leo took the record, his fingers tracing the groove with reverence. He understood its age, its purpose. He looked from it to his own monstrous creation. His mind working. He could adapt it. He could play the frozen song. He nodded. A swift, decisive motion. He turned back to his machine, already planning modifications. Greta did not stay to watch. She turned and walked back into the darkness of the corridor. She had planted a different seed now. Not the seed of hunger or of curiosity, but the seed of an end. Whether it would grow in the soil of Leo's ambition or be rejected by the listener's new desire for a voice, she did not know. The weaver had introduced a new thread, a silver thread of silence, woven directly into the heart of the noise. She climbed back toward the world of gray tunics and quiet halls, the deep, approving hum of the listener vibrating in the stone around her. It liked Leo's ideas. It was awake now, and listening more closely than ever. And Greta had just handed it a lullaby. The final note was yet to be sung, but the score, at last, was in play. Story 4. The paper was not paper at all. It was a membrane, cold and slightly damp with the fibrous texture of a dried lily pad. Jessie's fingers traced the edge of the folio, feeling the minute ridges and valleys of the vellum, a skin stretched taut over centuries. It smelled of cellar earth and something else, a faint, sweetish odor like overripe pears, left to rot in a sealed room. He had handled countless manuscripts in his career at the university's archive of forgotten harmonies, but this one, catalogued only as Codex Silenti, was different. It did not feel like a thing made, but a thing grown, or perhaps excised. He had discovered it referenced in a crumbling merchant's log from 1588, a single line about a song of spaces, purchased from a blind monk in the Carpathians, at a price not of gold, but of the merchant's own shadow, or so the feverish script claimed. The search had consumed 3 years. Now, under the green glass glow of the archival lamp, the codex lay open. The musical notation was not staves and clefs, but a series of intricate spiraling symbols that resembled fingerprints or whirlpools. The black ink of the notes was stark, but between them, in the parchment itself, were smaller, paler marks, etched in a silver-white substance that caught the light only at certain angles. These were not rests. They were meticulously drawn voids, each with a unique shape, a jagged tear, a perfect circle, a twisting hook. The silence, the manuscript's introduction in spidery Latin explained, was not an absence of sound. It was a specific, sculpted substance. The notes were the key, but the shaped silences were the door. "It's a lullaby for God," Jesse whispered, the words swallowed by the cavernous silence of the archive stacks. His colleague, Janice, looked up from her own work, a sensible cataloging of 18th century French hunting horns. Her face, usually a map of pragmatic skepticism, was etched with concern. "It's a recipe for madness, Jess. Look at you. You haven't slept. You smell like old books and desperation." Her voice was low, a practical counterpoint to the whispering vellum. "That thing isn't music. It's a diagram. For what? I don't want to know." But Jesse was already lost in the geometry of quiet. He was a historian, yes, but also a pianist of formidable, if unfulfilled, talent. The codex presented the ultimate puzzle, a composition that could not be heard, only felt in the hollows it carved out of the world. He began to transcribe it, a torturous process. The notes were complex, atonal, a cascade of dissonance that resolved into deeper, more unsettling dissonance. But the silences, they were worse. He had to measure their length not in beats, but in the decrescendo of his own heartbeat, in the time it took a mote of dust to fall through a sunbeam. He practiced them in the soundproof chamber in the archive's sub-basement, a room lined with thick, yellowed foam. He would play a phrase of those jagged, aching notes, then stop, holding the shaped silence as the air grew thick and cold, as the faint hum of the building's electricity seemed to stretch into a thin, dying whine. It was after the third practice session that he first saw Dulce. He was packing his sheets, his ears ringing with a phantom resonance, when he noticed a woman standing just outside the chamber's small window. She was pale, her hair a wisp of smoke around a face of delicate, almost translucent bone structure. She wore a simple gray dress from no discernible era. She did not move. She simply stared, not at him, but at the space just above the piano, her eyes dark pools. When he rushed out, the corridor was empty, smelling only of dust and ozone. He mentioned her to Janice, who checked the access logs. No one had signed in after them. "You're seeing things," she said, but her hand trembled slightly as she replaced the logbook. The performance, when it came, was not in a concert hall. It was in the abandoned St. Cecilia's Chapel, a stone husk on the university's forgotten edge. Jesse had convinced a string quartet, brilliant, hungry young students, to learn the parts. He would play the piano's skeletal directives. Janice stood at the back, a sentinel by the broken oak doors, her arms crossed against the creeping damp. "This is a mistake, Jesse," she said, her voice echoing in the vaulted space. "Some doors are locked for a reason." He did not listen. The quartet began, their instruments weeping the strange, angular melody. The chapel, once acoustically glorious, now swallowed the notes, making them sound small and far away. Then came the first sculpted silence. Jesse lifted his hands from the keys. The quartet's bows froze. The silence was not empty. It had texture, a porous, sucking quality. The candle flames, their only light, guttered and bent. Not as if in a draft, but as if something were leaning over them, drinking the warmth. The air pressure changed, making their ears pop. One of the violinists, a young man named Leo, gasped. "Do you feel that?" he whispered. "It's listening." They played on, driven by Jesse's manic focus. With each shaped silence, the atmosphere grew heavier, colder. The shadows in the corners of the chapel deepened, becoming solid, velvety black. The sweet, rotten pear smell from the codex filled the air. During the longest silence, a central void shaped like a spiraling labyrinth, the second violinist, Chloe, simply blurred. It was not A violent erasure. One moment she was there, her bow arm moving into the next note, her face tense with concentration. The next, her outline softened, her colors drained to a watercolor wash. And then she was not there. The memory of her remained, a ghostly afterimage that ached in the eyes, but the space she occupied was now a perfect, absolute vacancy. The remaining musicians faltered. The violist, Sarah, let out a choked sob. Where did she go? Her voice was tiny in the consuming quiet. Keep playing, Jesse hissed, his own fingers cold claws on the keys. The silence is incomplete. We have to finish it. He was no longer a historian. He was a midwife, laboring to bring something unspeakable into the world. They finished the movement. The final note, a dissonant clang from the piano, hung in the air, and then was severed by the ultimate silence, a vast, square-shaped void indicated on the manuscript. The sound did not fade. It was cut off, as with a blade, and then they saw it. Or rather, they saw where it was not. At the front of the chapel where the altar had once stood, a space began to wrong itself. It was not a shape, but a negation of shape. It was a hole in reality, not black, but the color of nothing at all. A void so pure it made the surrounding stone look like a cheap, painted backdrop. It was the creature of pure absence. It did not move through the world. The world peeled back from it. Where its non-gaze fell, perception stuttered. The mind could not hold it, sliding off like water from oil. It was hunger given form, but the form was anti-form. It was the silence between the notes, grown vast and aware. Sarah screamed, a sound that was instantly muffled, soaked up by the thickening air. She dropped her viola and ran, not toward the door, but sideways, crashing into a pew. She did not get up. She simply unwrote herself. One moment she was a tangle of limbs and terror, the next, a smudge of erased charcoal, and then nothing. Leo stood frozen, his violin dangling. He looked at the space where Chloe had been, then at the advancing non-thing, his understanding dawning into a silent, open-mouthed horror. He turned to Jesse, not with accusation, but with a profound, childlike confusion. Then he too was gone, his absence more shocking than any presence of gore. Only Jesse and Janice remained. Janice was pressed against the door, her rational world shattered. The creature was not coming for them. It was coming for everything. As it passed a stone column, the column remained, but the idea of the column, its history, its weight, its purpose, drained away. It became a meaningless lump of matter. And then, the pale woman, Dulce, was there. She stood between them and the creature, her back to them. She did not speak, but her presence was a cool pressure in Jesse's mind. It is made of the silence you shaped. The thought came, not in words, but in a sudden, certain knowledge. It can only be unmade by a silence you become. He understood. The codex was not just a summoning. It was a test. The final, unmarked silence on the page, the one after the last note, was not meant to be played. It was meant to be lived. It was the performer's own cessation, a voluntary stepping into the void to reshape it from within. Janice saw the resolve harden on his face. Jesse, no. There has to be another way. There never was, he said, his voice calm for the first time in months. He looked at the creature, the living embodiment of his obsession, his masterpiece of erasure. He looked at Dulce, the guide, another who had tried and failed, now a ghost in the margins of reality. He thought not of grand cosmic horror, but of the tactile feel of the vellum under his fingers that first day, cold and damp, like skin. He did not play a note. He closed his eyes, and with the discipline he had honed carving out those terrible shaped silences, he carved out the final one. Himself, he did not die. He unraveled. He felt his thoughts, his memories, his love for Janice, his obsession with the codex, his very sense of Jessiness, pull apart like threads. He flowed into the silence he had created, becoming a conscious absence, a patterned void. He flowed toward the creature, not to fight, but to merge. His own shaped silence, the silence of his sacrifice, interlocked with the creature's chaotic, hungry nothingness. He was the final missing piece. A terrible, cosmic symmetry clicked into place. In the chapel, Janice watched as the advancing wrongness shuddered. The void that was the creature and the void that was Jessie swirled together like ink in water. And then, with a soft, implosive sigh that was the loudest sound she had ever heard, they collapsed. Not into nothing, but into a simple, ordinary silence. The crushing pressure lifted. The candle flames burned straight and true. The sweet, rotten smell was gone, replaced by stale dust and old stone. Creature was gone. Jessie was gone. The musicians were gone. Only Dulce remained. She turned her ethereal face toward Janice, and for a fleeting second she smiled, a smile of infinite sorrow and relief. Then she, too, faded, not into erasure, but into a peaceful dissolution, her task finally complete. Janice stumbled out into the cold night air, gasping. The chapel stood behind her, just a ruin again. She was alone. The world was intact. It was over. Weeks later, in the sterile quiet of her apartment, the nightmares came. Not of monsters, but of silence. She would wake, heart pounding, straining to hear the refrigerators hum, the distant traffic, proof that the world still had sound. She went back to the archive once, to clear Jessie's desk. His notes were there. The beautiful, terrifying transcription of the Codex Silente. She gathered them, her hands steady, and carried them to the industrial incinerator in the basement. She watched the flames turn the shaped silences to ash. But on her way out, in the stark fluorescent light of the basement corridor, she felt a sudden, localized chill. The air in front of her seemed to prism for a fraction of a second, bending the light into a faint, shimmering spectrum, like oil on water. And in that moment, she heard it. Not a sound, but the echo of a sound, or rather, the echo of a specific, carefully sculpted silence. It was the spiral-shaped silence from the manuscript, the one that had taken Chloe. It was not threatening. It was just there, a scar on the air, a permanent quiet where a piece of the world had been. She understood then. The door had not been closed. It had been left ajar. The creature was unmade. Jessie was gone. But the silences he had played, the ones that had erased the musicians, those remained. They were permanent holes in the fabric of things, hanging in the air of the chapel, perhaps everywhere. Unseen, unheard, but present. Waiting, perhaps, to be filled again. She left the archive and never returned. She moved through her life, a woman haunted not by ghosts, but by absences, and sometimes, on the very edge of sleep, in the quiet of her own bedroom, she would feel a faint, cool trace on her skin, a sensation not of a touch, but of a touch being withheld, a void gently pressing against the warmth of her living hand, a lingering, eternal draft from a door that could never fully be shut. It was the texture of dried lily pad, cold and slightly damp. The city outside her window was a symphony of meaningless noise. Janice found she could no longer listen to music. The structured sounds felt false, a flimsy screen over a deeper, more real quiet. She took a leave of absence from the archive, citing personal reasons. The head archivist, a man who thought in catalog numbers and preservation climates, accepted it without question. Janice had always been sensible, reliable. She spent her days in motion. Long walks through crowded parks, where the chatter of children and the thump of basketballs were a welcome assault. She rode buses, just to be surrounded by the drone of engines, and fragmented conversations. She was trying to wear out the silence in her head, to crowd it out with the mundane. It didn't work. The chill spots found her, not just in the archive basement. In the produce aisle of the grocery store, the air would suddenly go still and cold around the avocados, and the bustling sounds of the market would become distant, muffled, as if heard through felt. Once, in the library, she reached for a book on a high shelf, and her hand passed through a pocket of air so profoundly empty, it felt like a void in her bones. She jerked back, and the sensation vanished. But the memory of that tactile nothingness lingered, colder than ice. She began to map them in her mind. The spiral silence from the chapel seemed anchored, a fixed scar. But others drifted. Or perhaps they were always there, and she was only now tuned to their frequency. A hook-shaped quiet near the old train bridge, a jagged tear-like absence in the alley behind her favorite cafe. They were pores in the world, and she was the only one who felt the draft. Then the whispers started. Not audible whispers. They were thoughts that were not her own, arriving on the back of those cold drafts. Fleeting impressions. A burst of panic from Chloe as she blurred into the spiral. Leo's final, confused thought. A single word. Maestro? They were not ghosts. They were echoes trapped in the shaped silences, psychic residue smeared across the void. One rainy Tuesday, the whisper was different. It was a clear, desperate sentence, threaded with a familiar scholarly obsession. The silence is a lens. It focuses attention. But whose attention? Jessie. It came as she passed the closed gates of the university's botanical garden. The rain was a steady hiss on the pavement, but in the space between two dripping laurel bushes. The hiss stopped. The rain didn't stop. She could see it falling. But in that narrow column, it made no sound at all. And in that pocket of engineered quiet, Jessie's thought echoed, sharp and recent. He wasn't gone. He was in the silence. Not just the final one he became, but in all of them. He had merged with the creature, but fragments of his consciousness were diffused through the absences he'd helped create, a sentient pattern in the negative space of the world. The realization did not bring horror. It brought a grim, focused calm. Janice, the pragmatist, now had a problem to solve. Her friend was not dead. He was lost in a labyrinth of his own making. And the silences were not passive scars. They were active. They were growing. The next time, she felt a localized chill. On a bench in the bus terminal, she didn't pull away. She closed her eyes and focused into the quiet. She pushed a thought, simple and direct, into the void. Jessie. Can you hear me? The response was not a thought, but a surge of directionless anguish, a howl of non-sound that felt like freezing needles in her mind. It was followed by a clearer fragment, strained and thin. Janice? The door? It's a sieve. We didn't close it. We strained the world through it. Things are coming through. Small things. Thoughts that errant thoughts. She opened her eyes, gasping. A man sitting across from her was staring, his face concerned. You okay, miss? You're white as a sheet. She nodded, unable to speak. A small, jagged silence, no larger than a coin, hung in the air between them. She watched as a fly, buzzing erratically, veered into it. The fly did not disappear. It simply stopped. Stopped moving, stopped buzzing, stopped being alive. It fell to the floor with a tiny, dry tick. It was perfectly intact, but utterly, completely empty. Its tiny spark of insect consciousness had been siphoned away. The silences were feeding. Janice stood up, her legs unsteady. The sensible thing would be to run, to move to another city, to try to forget. But she was the only one who knew, the only one who could feel the draft. The archive of forgotten harmonies had been her life's work. Now she realized her work had changed. She was no longer a cataloger. She was a cartographer of absences and a warden. She went home and did not sleep. She sat at her kitchen table, a plain notebook open before her. She did not write. She waited. She listened not for sound, but for the places where sound died. And when she felt the next chill seeping from the corner where the wall met the ceiling, she turned her face toward it, a look of weary resolve settling on her features. "All right, Jess," she said aloud, her voice steady in the quiet room. "Show me the map." The chill intensified, not as a wave, but as a single precise point. In her mind, not her ears, a series of locations imprinted themselves. They were not addresses, but sensations. The taste of rust and static near the power substation, the smell of wet clay and regret by the riverbank, a persistent visual afterimage of a crooked street lamp on Mulberry Street. Each was a node. Each was a shaped silence, grown like a crystal from the original performance. And with each location came a faint, psychic pull, a hunger. They were drawing things in. Not physical things, not yet, but attention, awareness. The loose, wandering thoughts of the city's dreamers, the unfocused consciousness of animals, the faint psychic residue of places where strong emotions had pooled. They were fishing in the dark of the human mind, using Jessie's composed silences as lures. Janice spent the next day visiting the sites. She didn't need to get close. At Riverbank, she saw a stray dog standing motionless, staring at a patch of bare earth. Its tail was stiff, its eyes glazed. She clapped her hands sharply. The dog didn't flinch. She picked up a stone and threw it into the water. The splash finally broke the spell. The dog whimpered, shook itself, and trotted away, casting a confused look back at the empty spot. The silence had been feeding on its simple animal consciousness. This was the leak. This was the sieve Jessie had described. The absolute void of the creature was gone, but the pathways it used, the holes Jessie had punched through the fabric of things to let it in, remained open. And through them, not a monster, but a slow, silent seepage, a draining away. That night, the whisper in her apartment was stronger. It was dulce. The impression was of cool water and immense age. You feel the map. You must understand the key. The silences are not wounds. They are locks. And the stolen pieces are the keys. Janice saw it then. Chloe, Leo, Sarah. Their essences hadn't just been erased. They had been absorbed into the structure of the silences that took them, becoming part of their architecture. To close a silence, to truly heal it, she would need to retrieve them, to offer the silence back its stolen key, completing a circuit that would allow it to snap shut. It was impossible. It was madness. She was an archivist, not an exorcist. But the fly in the bus station lay at the bottom of her purse, a dry, hollow testament. And the dog by the river had looked so lost. The first target was the spiral silence, the original, anchored in the chapel. It had taken Chloe. Janice drove there as dawn bled gray light over the city. The chapel was more forbidding in the flat morning, a jagged tooth against the sky. She pushed the broken door open. The air inside was still and cold, but it was ordinary cold now, stone and damp. She walked to the spot where the quartet had played. She felt nothing. No localized chill, no whisper. The scar was here, but dormant, waiting. She sat on the dusty floor, closed her eyes, and did the only thing she could think to do. She remembered. She recalled Chloe's face from the one rehearsal she'd attended, fierce, focused, a slight frown between her eyebrows as she wrestled with the strange intervals. She remembered the sound of her violin, bright and sure before it was swallowed. She focused on that memory, holding it in her mind with the same intensity she once used to authenticate a manuscript. And then she stepped forward into the spot where Chloe vanished. The cold was instantaneous and absolute. It was not the cold of temperature, but of existence itself being leached away. The chapel dissolved around her. There was no light, no dark. There was only the spiral, a vast, silent, gravitational thought, a vortex of absence, and at its center, a faint, fading signature. The impression of a young woman who loved Mendelssohn, who feared spiders, who was desperately trying to remember the next note. Janice had no body here. She was a point of awareness. She pushed her memory of Chloe toward that fading signature, not as a tribute, but as an anchor, a lure. This is who she was. This is what you took. You have the shape, but not the substance. Here is the substance. The spiral shuddered. The emptiness seemed to recoil from the fullness of the memory. The contradiction was intolerable to it. Janice felt a terrible pulling, a suction trying to unravel her own sense of self, to scatter her memories into the void. She held on, focusing on the tactile memory of the codex vellum, on the smell of the archive. With a silent, psychic snap, the circuit completed. The stolen essence of Chloe, amplified by Janice's focused remembrance, flooded the engineered silence. The void was not filled, it was defined. Its purpose was achieved, its shape made whole by the very thing it had consumed. And with that completion, it ceased to be a whole. It simply wasn't. Janice stumbled backward on the chapel floor, gasping, her cheeks wet with tears. The air in the chapel felt different, warmer. The oppressive weight was gone from that one spot. One silence had been healed, but the cost was etched into her soul. She felt thinner, as if part of her own vitality had been used as fuel. And in the back of her mind, a new, faint echo now whispered, a grateful, fragmentary thought that was not her own, before it faded into peaceful nothingness. She looked at her hands, pale in the dim light. There were dozens more silences on the map Jessie had shown her. Dozens more stolen keys to find. And each one would take a piece of her to heal. She walked out of the chapel, her body trembling with exhaustion and grim purpose. The city was waking up, noisy and oblivious. She could feel the other silences now, like faint, cold pressures against her awareness. They were waiting, and she was the only one with the map. Janice started the car. She needed coffee. She needed food. Then she needed to find the hook-shaped silence by the train bridge, where the echo of Leo's confusion lingered. She had a long, lonely job ahead of her. The door was ajar, and she was the only one left to push it shut, one stolen piece at a time, no matter what it cost her. The coffee tasted like ash. She forced it down, the heat a necessary anchor in a world growing increasingly porous. The hook-shaped silence by the train bridge pulsed in her mind like a dull toothache. It was stronger than the chapel's spiral, hungrier. It had been feeding on the transient fears of commuters for weeks. She found it at the base of a rusted iron support, where the bridge met the muddy bank. The air was still, the constant rumble of traffic above reduced to a muffled, woolly hum. A pigeon lay on its side near the spot, eyes open and empty, its tiny spark extinguished. Janice steeled herself. Leo Doddine, the cellist, a bear of a man with gentle hands. She remembered how he'd cradle his instrument, his head bowed as if in prayer. She remembered his confusion in his final moment, the single word, maestro. She gathered these fragments, building a portrait in her mind, a vessel to hold his essence. Stepping into the silence was like walking into a wall of focused apathy. The hook was not a vortex, but a barbed pulling thing. It latched onto her will, trying to drag it out and devour it. She saw flashes, not memories, but sensations. The gritty feel of rosin, the deep thrum of a C string, a profound, unspoken loneliness that Leo carried beneath his jovial exterior. The silence had taken that loneliness and amplified it into a vacuum. Janice pushed her constructed memory of Leo into the heart of the hook. She focused on the warmth of his presence in a room, the solidity of him. The silence resisted, the barbed pull tightening. It didn't want this wholeness. It wanted the fragments, the pain, the empty spaces. She felt her own energy draining, a cold numbness creeping up her limbs. She was not strong enough. The hook was too deep. Then, from somewhere within the silence itself, a new thread emerged. A thread of music. Not a sound, but the ghost of a vibration. The memory of a resonant frequency. It was Jesse. A shred of his consciousness, woven into the fabric of this absence, recognized her struggle. The fragment couldn't speak, but it could remind. It pushed the memory of Leos playing into the void, not the feeling, but the precise mathematical harmony of it, the structure of a box suite Leo had loved. The structured memory of music met the shapeless hunger of the hook. The contradiction was violent. The hook shuddered, its pull faltering. Janice poured the last of her focus into the image of Leo's calm, focused face as he played. The barb snapped. The ordinary sounds of the city rushed back, the roar of a truck overhead, the lapping of the dirty water. The pigeon's body remained, but the chilling focal point was gone. Another silence healed. Janice slumped against the cold iron, shivering. The assistance had come at a price. The whisper of Jesse was clearer now, but more agonized. They're not just holes, Janice. They're becoming organs, sensing. The more you heal, the more the rest. Wake up. She understood. She was not just closing doors. She was alerting the network. The silences were connected, a distributed system of absence, and she was pruning it. The remaining ones would not be passive. They would defend themselves. That night, in her apartment, the map in her mind changed. The quiet spots glowed with a faint, cold intelligence. One in particular, the jagged tier in the alley behind the cafe, began to move. It was drifting, slowly, deliberately, down the mapped psychic pathways toward a new location. Her location. It was hunting her. Janice looked at the four walls of her apartment, suddenly feeling like a trap. She couldn't stay here, but she couldn't run. The work was here. The silences were here. And Jesse was here in the terrible spaces between. She packed a small bag, not with clothes, but with tools of memory. A photo of the quartet, Jesse's favorite pen which she'd kept, a recording on her phone of Sarah, the violist, laughing about a wrong note in rehearsal. These were her weapons now, and she would need them. As she zipped the bag, the air in the center of her living room prismed. The oil-on-water shimmer solidified into a vertical tier, hovering a foot above the floor. It was the jagged silence from the alley. It had found her, and from its sharp, unmoving edges, a faint, collective whisper seeped into the room. It was not one voice, but many. The fragmented consciousness of everything, every thought it had ever consumed. A chorus of hollow hunger. It did not attack. It simply waited, blocking her path to the door. It was learning. It was testing. Janice did not back away. She reached into her bag and pulled out the phone. She selected the recording but did not play it. She held it out toward the tier, thinking of Sarah's laugh, her sharp wit, her unwavering dedication. "You want to feed," Janice said, her voice steady. "Try this." The jagged silence pulsed, a wave of cold washing over her, but it did not advance. A standoff. It was the first move in a new silent war. Janice took a slow step to the side, toward the window. The tier rotated slightly, keeping its focus on her. It was hurting her. She was no longer just a cartographer or a warden. She was prey, and a surgeon, and a friend. And the city, with all its noise and light, was now a labyrinth of hungry, intelligent quiet. She had to keep moving. She had to healing, and she had to hope that the fragments of Jessie woven through it all could guide her before the silences learned how to truly fight back. The window was her only exit. She moved with deliberate slowness, not wanting to trigger a lunge from the hovering tear. Its edges shimmered with stolen light, a grotesque stained glass of absence. The collective whisper was a pressure in her teeth, a susurrus of stolen fragments, a child's forgotten birthday fear, the dying thought of the pigeon, the endless loop of a jingle from a half-heard radio. Her hand touched the cold glass of the window. It was locked. The tear pulsed, a silent, mocking laugh. It was enjoying this, learning her limitations. Janice didn't fumble for the latch. Instead, she let her focus drop inward to the map. The silences were connected. If this one was here, focused on her, then others were unattended. Weaker, Garcia. She found a small, quiet node, 2 blocks over. A coin-shaped silence in a laundromat, feeding on the idle daydreams of people waiting for spin cycles. It was a minor thing, a capillary in the growing organism. She fixed her mind on it, and with a wrenching effort of will, she pushed. Not a memory this time, but a raw blast of what she was feeling now. Her own sharp fear, her resolve, the visceral image of the jagged tear in her living room. She sent it down the psychic pathway, a jolt of alarm into the system. The effect was immediate. The jagged tear flickered, its edges blurring. The whisper stuttered, confused. Its attention, its terrible singular focus, wavered for a split second as it received this violent data from a distant part of itself. That second was all Janice needed. She smashed her elbow through the window pane, cleared the shards with her bag, and hauled herself out onto the fire escape. The cold night air was a shock. Behind her in the room, the tear emitted a silent, furious shriek that manifested as a sudden vacuum. She heard papers rustle violently, a book slam shut, as all sound in the room was sucked toward it for an instant. Then she was clattering down the metal stairs, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. She hit the alley and ran, not looking back. She could feel it, though, the jagged silence, dislodged from her apartment, seeping back into the network. It wasn't that. It would regroup. She ran until her lungs burned, ending up in the all-night glow of a nearly empty diner. She slid into a booth by the window, her hands trembling as she wrapped them around a mug of coffee. A waitress wordlessly provided. The normalcy of the place was surreal. A truck rumbled past. 2 cooks argued in Spanish behind the counter. And underneath it all, the map glowed in her mind. It was different now. The silences were no longer just cold points. They had a texture, a temperament. The spiral in the chapel was gone, a healed scar. The hook by the bridge was sealed. But others thrummed with new awareness. The one in the botanical garden where she'd first understood was now a deep, watchful pool. The one by the power substation crackled with a mimicry of energy, a parasitic static. Jessie's voice, when it came, was a thread of pure exhaustion woven through the hum of the fluorescent lights. You startled it. You used the network against itself. It was a whisper of pride, swiftly drowned in warning. But it learns faster than we do. It's adapting. The next one you try to heal, it won't just be hungry. It will be ready. Janice sipped the bitter coffee. She was a librarian in a diner, armed with a bag of sentimental trinkets, at war with the geometry of nothing. The scale of it was ludicrous. The cost was unthinkable. She looked out at the street, at the people passing unaware. She thought of the fly, the dog, the pigeon. She thought of Chloe's peaceful release. This was her archive now. These absences were her documents, and the story they told was one of erosion, of a world slowly being unthought. The waitress refilled her mug. Rough night, honey. Janice managed a thin smile. You have no idea. She paid with cash, leaving a generous tip. As she stood, she focused on the next point on her map, the one that tasted of ozone and forgotten anger, nestled near the old city archives. It was fitting. It was where Sarah, the meticulous violist, had been taken. A silence that fed on bureaucratic despair and faded ink. She shouldered her bag. She was tired to her bones, but the work was not done. The door was ajar, and the draft was getting colder. She walked out into the night, a solitary figure moving toward the next patch of hungry quiet, ready to offer it a memory so full of life it would have no choice but to choke on it. Story 5. The first thing Alfred noticed was not a sound, nor a sight, but a sensation, a tightening of the skin across his shoulder blades as if the air itself had thickened and grown attentive. He stopped on the narrow deer trail, his breath slowing to a shallow whisper in his throat. The dense pine forest of the Black Eaves Preserve held its own breath around him. No bird called, no insect saw. There was only the soft, rotten sigh of last autumn's leaves beneath his boots and the heavy, resinous scent of sun-warmed pine. He was a day's hike from the nearest trailhead, a speck of moving warmth in a vast green silence. And yet he felt, with a certainty that chilled the sweat on his neck, that he was not alone in his solitude. Something was considering him from the spaces between the trees. He shook the feeling off, a city habit, a phantom of an over-civilized mind. He was here to be alone, to outwalk the ghost of his father's recent, quiet passing. The map, creased and soft from handling, showed a small, unnamed blue teardrop a mile or so east of his position. A lake not big enough for a name. He needed the sight of open water, a place to rest his eyes on something that was not endless, crowding timber. The forest began to change as he walked. The pines grew taller, darker, their trunks sheathed in a strange, velvety moss that absorbed sound. The light, which should have been the bold gold of early afternoon, took on a diluted underwater quality, filtering down in dusty, slanting columns. He checked his compass. The needle trembled, not spinning, but quivering as if repelled by north. A deep, sub-auditory hum seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his feet, a frequency more felt than heard, like the idle of a colossal engine buried deep in the bedrock. And then the trees parted. He stood on the edge of a clearing, and at its heart lay the lake. It was perfectly circular, a bowl of water so still and so dark it appeared to be a hole punched through the forest floor into nothingness. The sky above was a pale summer afternoon blue, streaked with harmless white clouds. But the lake did not reflect this. The lake held night, a perfect, absolute star-flecked night. Alfred blinked, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. There was no transition, no blurring of reality at the shore. 1 inch was mud and root. The next was the void. In that black mirror, constellations he did not recognize burned with a cold mineral light. A nebula, a swirl of cosmic dust, the color of a fading bruise, drifted slowly across the lake's impossible expanse. It was noon by the sun, and midnight in the water. He approached, drawn by a gravity that had nothing to do with physics. The air grew cold. His breath plumed before him. The hum was louder here, a pressure in his teeth and behind his eyes. He knelt at the stony shore, which was not stone at all, but something smoother, glacier, as if the earth had been fused by tremendous heat. He reached a hand out, not to touch the water, but to feel the space above it. The cold was intense, biting, and as he watched, a star in the water's depths winked out. Then another, a few inches to the left, not fading, but being occluded. Something vast and dark was rising from the abyssal plane of that reflected space, moving upward toward the surface that was not a surface, toward him. A voice, flat and hard, cut through the silence. "Don't move." He jerked back, falling onto the slick bank. A woman stood at the tree line, dressed in the green and gray of a park ranger. Her name tag read Faye. She held no weapon, but her posture was one of lethal readiness. Her face was pale, her eyes deeply shadowed, as if she had not slept for many nights. They were fixed not on him, but on the lake. "Get up, very slowly. Do not take your eyes off the water. Do not look away from it." Her instructions were calm, practiced, and laced with a terror so profound it was almost serene. Alfred scrambled to his feet, his own fear now a live wire in his chest. "What is this?" "A mistake," Faye said, her voice low. "A hole. It's waking up. It knows you're here." She gestured with a sharp tilt of her head. "Walk backward to me. Now." He did. His gaze locked on the starless patch in the lake, which was slowly expanding. As he moved, he saw them. Small, tripod-mounted instruments, arranged in a ring around the clearing. They looked like seismic sensors or Geiger counters, but their designs were alien, sleek, and organic. Cables snaked from them into a central module where a woman in a practical field jacket was adjusting dials, her face illuminated by a soft green screen. "Mariella." "Faye, we have a spike," Mariella said, her voice clipped. "The boundary is destabilizing. The observer effect is confirmed." "Understood," Faye said, not turning. She finally grabbed Alfred's arm when he was within reach, her grip iron strong. She pulled him into the tree line, and only then did she allow him to look away. The moment his eyes left the lake, the sensation of being watched returned 100-fold. A crawling, invasive pressure on his skin, as if the darkness itself had eyelids and had just blinked. They took him to a low, camouflaged bunker half buried in a hillside a quarter-mile away. It was not a ranger station. It was a lab, or a prison, or a tomb. Graphs flickered on monitors, showing waveforms that made no sense. Samples of the glassy shore rock sat under microscopes. And on a large central screen was a live feed of the lake, its starfield now agitated, swirling slowly around a central point of absolute black. "You will stay here," Faye said, pouring him a bitter coffee. "You cannot leave, not now." "Why? What is that thing?" Alfred asked, his voice trembling. Mariella answered, her eyes never leaving her screens. "It is not a thing in any sense we understand. The lake is a thinning, a place where the membrane between our reality and another has worn through. What you see reflected is not space as we know it. It is a deeper space, a foundational darkness that existed before light. It's been dormant," Faye continued, sitting heavily, the weight of years in the motion. "For centuries, maybe. Sleeping in the deep. The reflection was stable. But consciousness attracts it. Observation. Attention. It's like a sleeper sensing a gaze. My grandfather was the first ranger to watch over this place. He told my father it was a sleeping god that must never be woken. My father told me, and for 60 years, we've kept..." "But it's waking," Alfred whispered. "It is awake," Mariella corrected. "Your presence, your focused observation was a catalyst. It has become aware of an observer outside its realm. It is curious, and it is trying to come through." That night, under the pretext of using the cramped latrine, Alfred slipped out. He was not a brave man, but the city in him, the part that demanded logic and witness, rebelled. He had to see it again. He had to know. He moved through the black woods, the hum, a tangible guide, until he saw the eerie starlight of the lake glowing through the trees. He hid behind the fused glass of the shore, peering over. The reflection was chaos. The stars were now streaks, spiraling in a frantic vortex around a central maw of darkness. And in that darkness, something was forming. Not a shape, but a suggestion of one. A vast, slender limb of deeper shadow. A spire of non-light, covered in something that might have been scales, or might have been shifting galaxies. A single, cyclopean aperture began to open in the heart of the blackness. Not an eye, but a sinkhole of perception. It was looking out, and it saw him. The cold became absolute. It was not an absence of heat, but an active, sucking force. The warmth leached from his body, the sound from his lungs. His thoughts slowed, crystallizing into frozen, silent screams. He could not move. He'd only watch as that impossible limb, sleek and black as the space between stars, broke the plane of the water. There was no splash, only a silent, seamless emergence. It was made of the lake, and it was made of the void, and it reached for the shore, for him. A shout, a flare of blinding white light. Faye was there, hurling something from one of the instrument packs. A canister that burst into a magnesium-bright fury of light and a screeching, high-frequency sound. The limb recoiled, not in pain, but in a kind of distilled annoyance. Mariella grabbed Alfred, hauling him back as the entity's attention shifted to Faye. The light, the noise, it hates the patterns, Mariella yelled. It exists in perfect, silent darkness. Faye stood her ground, a small, stark figure against the cosmic storm in the lake. She threw another canister. The entity's form shimmered, its outline fraying at the edges. But the central aperture, that sinkhole of a gaze, fixed on her. The cold focused. Alfred saw the color drain from Faye's face, saw the life, the warmth. The very vibration of her being seemed to slow and still. She did not scream. She simply folded inward, like a paper flower in a flame, collapsing into a heap of clothes that seemed oddly flat, already dusted with a rime of frost that glittered with stolen starlight. Mariella dragged Alfred back to the bunker, sealing the heavy door. They were alone. On the monitor, the entity had fully retreated into the lake, but the vortex of stars still churned, faster now, hungrier. She was the last of her line, Mariella said, her voice hollow. The ritual was broken. The watch is over. What ritual? Alfred sobbed. The watch, the keeping, the deliberate not seeing. Her family knew how to be present without observing. A paradox, a prayer of inattention. You looked and you saw, and in seeing you invited it. Now it knows the door is open. For days they monitored. The vortex grew. The cold seeped out, killing plants in a spreading rain. The hum was now a constant, teeth-rattling drone. The sky above the clearing began to stain, the blue fading to a twilight gray, even at noon. The entity was not just in the lake. It was imprinting itself on their world. Mariella, in a final, desperate act of science, proposed a theory. It is a being of silent, dark perfection. Our reality is noise to it. Light is agony, but it is drawn to the noise of consciousness. We can't kill it. We can close the door. But we can close the door. But we can change the lock. We can give it a reflection it cannot bear to touch. Her plan was insanity, born of sleeplessness and despair. They would use the remaining equipment to create a permanent, blinding, screaming light show at the shore. A fence of chaos. It would not drive the entity back, but it might render the portal intolerable for it to approach, like a human unable to stare at the sun. They worked through the last of the light. Alfred, driven by guilt for Faye and a primal need to survive, helped her wire the instruments, reroute power from the bunker's hidden generators. They created a ring of strobes and sonic emitters, a cacophony of reality. As they set the final device, the lake stirred. The entity rose again, not a limb this time, but a cresting wave of that primordial darkness, a tide of anti-creation. The aperture opened wide, and the full force of its attention fell upon them. The cold was a physical wall. Alfred's fingers went numb, his tears freezing on his cheeks. He saw Mariella's mouth open in a scream that made no sound, the very vibration stolen by the consuming silence. He stumbled backward, fumbling for the master switch. The entity reached for Mariella. Its touch was not physical. It was an erasure. Where its shadow fell upon her, she simply unwrote. Her form dissolved into a cloud of glittering motes, not of dust, but of tiny, frozen lights, which were then sucked into the lake's vortex, adding to its false stars. Alfred found the switch. He threw it. The clearing erupted in a seizure of light and sound. Strobing white, red, blue fractured the darkness. A shrieking, overlapping symphony of every harsh frequency blasted from the speakers. The entity recoiled, its form shuddering, its perfect darkness muddied by the riotous invasion of their world's brutal energy. It did not scream, for it had no voice. It expressed its displeasure as a sudden, localized collapse of pressure. A silent implosion of air that shattered the remaining instruments and threw Alfred to the ground. Then it withdrew. It sank back into the lake, not in defeat, but in a profound, disgusted retreat. The vortex slowed. The stars returned to their cold, distant points. The lake once again held a perfect, silent, starry night. But the door was still open. Alfred survived. He was found days later, wandering, frostbitten, and mute with shock, by a search party. He told a story of getting lost, of a fall, of hallucinations from hypothermia. They believed him. The official maps of the Black Eve's preserve were quietly updated, the unnamed lake erased. The area marked as a hazardous geothermal zone, permanently closed to the public. Alfred lives in a small apartment in a city now, where the lights never go out and the noise never ceases. He has a job, a life, a face he shows to the world. But every day, at noon, he must perform his ritual. He goes to his bathroom, the smallest, most windowless room. He turns off the light. He closes his eyes. And in the perfect, private darkness, he opens them. He stares into the blackness behind his own eyelids, and he watches. He watches for the stars that are not stars. He watches for the swirl of bruise-colored nebula. He watches for the slow, occluding movement of something vast and patient rising from the depths of a silence that is not silent, from a cold that is not cold. He is the keeper of the lock now, the guardian of the threshold. His watch is one of terrible, focused attention, a prayer of observation to keep the entity interested, to keep it gazing back at him and not at the world outside. He must never let it feel unobserved. He must never let it grow curious about the other side of the glass. So he watches, and he whispers into the consuming quiet, a chant that is both warning and worship. A ritual to end all rituals, until his breath runs out. He watches the dark. He feeds the dark. He is the dark's faithful witness. He watches, and watches, and watches. The bathroom tiles were cool against his forehead. He had been kneeling again, his vigil stretching beyond the safe limit, drawn into the event horizon of his own manufactured void. A car alarm blared on the street below, a blessed, jarring lifeline. He gasped, flicking the light on, the fluorescent glare of physical assault. His reflection in the mirror was a stranger's, pale, eyes hollowed by a fatigue no sleep could cure. The ritual was failing. It was taking longer each day to pull himself back. The entity's gaze, channeled through the self-imposed darkness, was becoming a tangible thread, a cold filament woven into his psyche. He could feel it. A subtle tug, a promise of perfect final silence if he would only look a little deeper, a little longer. Mariella's theory had been wrong. The chaotic fence at the lake hadn't repelled the entity. It had merely redirected its focus. It had found a quieter, more consistent observer. Him. He stumbled out into the clatter of his apartment, making coffee with trembling hands. The city's noise was a shell, a thin veneer over the profound quiet that now lived within him. He went to work at the library archive, a job he'd chosen for its silence. A cruel joke he now understood. The musty smell of old paper, the soft rustle of pages, it was all just a shallow echo over the deep humming silence he carried. That afternoon, sorting a new donation of papers, he found the journal. It was tucked inside a bland county surveyor's report from 1923. The leather cover was cracked, the pages handwritten in a precise fading script. The name on the inside flap made his blood stop. Elias Fay. Fay's grandfather. His heart thudded against his ribs as he took it to a secluded carrel. The early entries were mundane. Weather, wildlife, patrol routes. Then, the tone shifted. July 17th. Found the glass shore. The quiet there is not a lack of sound, but a different kind of sound. It listens back. August 2nd. I have made a pact with the quiet. I will guard the threshold. The watch is simple. You must be present, but you must not truly see. You must let your mind go soft, like a defocused lens. It is a sleepwalker, and we must be the dream that does not disturb it. My son will learn. This is our duty now. Alfred turned the page, his breath shallow. September 1st. I was weak. I looked directly. I saw the stars in the day. It stirred. A coldness reached for me. I broke the gaze only by focusing on a single dead leaf on the shore. I presented it with a smaller truth, a simpler pattern. It took the offering and receded. This is the key. It craves observation, but it is a glutton for simple, static truths. Give it a decoy, a fixed point, a stone, a leaf, something real, but insignificant. It will fixate and sleep. The journal ended abruptly a few entries later. The final sentence was scrawled, the ink blotted as if from a shaking hand. It is not a god. It is a child. A hungry, simple child of nothing. And it is learning to ask for more. Alfred closed the book, a terrible, crystalline understanding dawning. He had been doing everything wrong. His noon vigil was not a containment, it was a feast. He was offering it his full, focused consciousness, the very noise of his self. He was not a keeper, he was a trough. Elias Fay's words echoed, "Give it a decoy." That night, Alfred did not perform his ritual. He lay in his bed, the city lights painting streaks on his ceiling, and fought a compulsion. The pressure built behind his eyes, a cold, insistent need. The hum returned, faint but growing. It was seeking its accustomed attention. By 3 a.m., he was sweating and shivering, his teeth clenched. It was like denying a fundamental addiction. The entity missed its witness. He knew what he had to do. It was madness, but it was the only thread he had. A week later, he stood again at the edge of the Black Eaves Preserve, under a permit for botanical research. He carried a heavy pack, but not with scientific instruments. Inside was a single, simple object. He hiked with a grim, determined speed, the familiar dread coiling in his gut as the forest grew silent, and the light grew thin. The clearing was smaller. The ring of dead earth had expanded, a perfect circle of gray, brittle flora. The air was bitingly cold for the season, and the lake was different. The starfield was brighter, the nebulae more vivid, as if the entity had been practicing, refining its reflection. It was more beautiful and more terrible than ever. Alfred did not look at the water. He kept his eyes on the ground, on the fused glass of the shore. He remembered Faye's sacrifice, Mariella's erasure. He moved to the very spot where he had first knelt, where his curiosity had first pierced the membrane. From his pack, he withdrew the object. It was a simple stone, smooth and oval, about the size of his palm. He had taken it from the bed of a busy, sun-dappled stream miles away. It was the most ordinary thing he could find, imbued with the simple, real history of water and time. Holding his breath, he focused every ounce of his will not on the cosmic horror in the water, but on the stone. He focused on its weight, its coolness, the faint mineral smell, the tiny flecks of mica that caught the diluted light. He poured his observation into it, making it the most important, the most real thing in the universe. Then, keeping his gaze locked on the stone, he slowly extended his arm over the water. He did not look at the void. He looked only at the rock. "Here," he whispered, his voice swallowed by the hungry silence. "Look at this. This is true. This is all there is." He opened his fingers. The stone dropped. It did not pierce the surface. It rested upon it, as if on a sheet of black glass. And then it began to sink, not with a splash, but slowly, deliberately, as if being examined from all sides. In the water, the star field around the stone dimmed. The brilliant points of light winked out in a slow, shrinking wave, creating a sphere of perfect blackness that enveloped the sinking rock. The entity's attention had shifted. It was studying the stone, consuming the simple, static truth of it. Alfred stepped back, still not looking directly at the lake. He felt the pressure lift, the cold recede a fraction. He turned and walked away, back into the world of sound and light, leaving behind a single ordinary truth in an extraordinary place. He does not know how long the decoy will last. A day, a year, a century. But he knows his ritual has changed. He no longer feeds the dark with his self. He collects stones. He walks riverbeds and mountain paths, searching for the perfect, simple truths. And when the pressure behind his eyes returns, when the hum begins to whisper that it is hungry again, he will return. He will bring a new stone, a new leaf, a new fragment of the real, noisy world to drop into the silence. It is a different kind of watch. A watch of small, endless offerings to a hungry child of nothing, hoping each time that the simple truth will be enough. The stones lasted roughly 3 weeks. He marked the time by the gradual return of the pressure, a building tinnitus of silence that began to drown out the city's din. The 3rd week, he woke, knowing it was time. The entity had digested the simple truth and was restless for more. His 2nd journey was harder. The preserve felt watchful. Rangers seemed to linger near the trailhead, their eyes following him with an unusual intensity. He used old wood fire roads and deer trails, his pack heavier with 2 stones this time, one smooth and gray, one rough with crystalline facets. The dead zone had grown again. The trees at the clearing's edge were skeletal, their branches holding a hoarfrost that glittered with a faint internal light, as if they were slowly transforming into something from the other side. He performed the offering with ritualistic care, never letting his eyes rise above the shoreline. The entity took the stones with the same focused avidity, the starfield dimming around each sinking offering. The relief was immediate, but thinner than before. It was buying time, not solving anything. Elias Faye's journal entry haunted him. It is learning to ask for more. The intervals shortened. 2 weeks, then 10 days. He varied his offerings, a piece of driftwood, a rusted hinge from an old barn, a chunk of concrete from a demolished building. Each was consumed. Each brought a shorter respite. He was running out of ordinary things. Worse, he began to notice changes in the objects he carried in. The driftwood, as it sank, seemed to sprout tiny, cold constellations along its grain. The concrete surface swirled with miniature, frozen nebulas before it was swallowed. The entity wasn't just observing the decoys. It was altering them, imprinting them with its own nature before consumption. It was learning to digest reality on its own terms. The crisis came on a Tuesday. The pressure built not over days, but in hours. A sudden, skull-cracking migraine of silence. The hum was a physical vibration in his molars. He was at work, and the quiet of the archives became a roaring void. He fled to the bathroom, but turning off the light was unthinkable. The entity's gaze was already there, waiting, hungry. He knew a stone would not suffice. It had developed a taste. He drove through the night, no pretense, no pack. He carried only what was in his pockets. The clearing was now a blister of unreality on the world. The air was thin and sharp. The colors leached to monochrome blue and black. The lake was a maelstrom of stolen light, the vortex violent and bright. At its center, the aperture was wide open, a pupil of absolute negation. It saw him the moment he broke the tree line. The cold did not creep. It slammed into him. His joints locked. He could not raise a hand, could not drop his gaze. It held him, not with limbs, but with the sheer weight of its attention. It was done with decoys. It wanted the observer. From his pocket, his frozen fingers managed to close around not a stone, but the small plastic digital recorder he used for archival notes. His thumb found the button. He pressed record, and he spoke. Not a chant, not a prayer. He gave it noise. Pure, meaningless, human noise. He described the taste of his morning coffee, bitter and cheap. He recited the license plates of cars he'd passed on the highway. He listed every item on his grocery list from 2 weeks prior. Eggs, bread, a sad-looking lemon. He talked about the blister on his heel from his ill-fitting boots. He gave it the dull, chaotic, infinitely complex static of a conscious mind, unfiltered and banal. The effect was not a recoil of disgust, as with the light show. It was a hesitation, a confusion. The vortex stuttered. The cold's intensity wavered. The entity was a child of simple, silent patterns, and this was a torrent of incoherent data. It was trying to parse the noise, to find a fixed point in it, and it could not. Alfred kept talking, his voice a raw, desperate stream. He talked until his throat was shredded, until the recorder's battery died. As the last electronic chirp faded, he found he could move. The aperture had narrowed, not in retreat, but in a kind of baffled concentration. It was processing. He stumbled back, never turning his back on the lake. He understood now. Stones were simple truths. His consciousness was complex noise. But between them was a third option, the meaningless, endless chatter of a lived life. It was a different kind of decoy, not a static truth to consume, but a chaotic maze to get lost in. His watch has changed again. He no longer seeks perfect stones. He fills his life with trivialities. He memorizes phone books. He learns the names of every pigeon on his block. He watches soap operas and recites the plots aloud in empty rooms. He is building a labyrinth of noise inside his mind, a shield of glorious, boring nonsense. And when the pressure returns, he will go back. He will stand at the shore and offer his latest, most tedious monologue on the history of concrete, or the nutritional content of cereal, or the plot of every film he saw as a child. He will feed the hungry child a diet of empty calories. It is a holding action, a war of attrition fought with the weapons of the utterly mundane. He is the keeper of the lock, and the lock is now a story that never ends, a story about nothing at all. He talks and talks and talks into the waiting, silent dark. The talking worked for a while. He became a student of the trivial, a connoisseur of the mundane. He would arrive at the glass shore, the cold already leaching into his bones, and begin a recitation. He described in excruciating detail the process of renewing his driver's license. He listed every stop on a cross-country bus route he'd never taken. The entity would listen, its vortex slowing to a sluggish swirl, its attention a palpable, confused weight. It was working. He was boring it into a kind of stupor. But it adapted. The intervals between visits grew shorter again, and the hunger changed. It no longer wanted just noise. It began to crave narrative, structure. He realized this when, during a recitation of municipal zoning laws, he accidentally formed a conclusion. He summarized. The vortex gave a sudden, eager pulse. The cold sharpened, not with rejection but with interest. It was learning to follow a thread. Panic set in. Noise was infinite. Stories had endings. An ending would mean it had consumed the offering and would be ready for the next. He tried to fracture his tales, to jump mid-sentence from a recipe to a hardware store inventory. The entity reacted with a new emotion, something akin to frustration. The pressure would spike, the silence becoming a sharp, painful static. It was demanding coherence. He was running out of meaningless data. His own life was too thin a vein to mine. So he began to steal stories. He became a ghost in the library archives, not to hide, but to hunt. He read diaries of long-dead farmers, transcripts of petty court cases, ledgers from defunct stores. He memorized them. He would stand at the lake and become Mrs. Edith Shaw, 1904, detailing her ongoing feud with a neighbor over a rooster. He would become the ledger of Henderson's dry goods, listing bolts of calico and barrels of salt. He was no longer Alfred. He was a chorus of forgotten voices. The entity listened, rapt. It was particularly fascinated by human conflict. The rooster feud held its attention for nearly a month. Alfred felt like a man feeding a tiger through a fence, tossing it increasingly large cuts of meat, knowing the tiger's appetite was growing faster than the supply. The breaking point came with the box. Buried in a collection of unprocessed donations, he found a sealed cardboard carton labeled Estate of Mariella Vance. His hands shook as he cut the tape. Inside were not books, but artifacts. Charred circuit boards, melted casings, a small blackened notebook. Her notebook. Her writing was a frantic, technical scrawl, degenerating into near psychosis. The final entries were not about sound or light as weapons, but as conversation. She believed she had begun to communicate. She had recorded not just chaotic noise, but patterned pulses, a mimicry of the entity's own energy signature. On the last page, a single sentence was written over and over, the ink dug deep into the paper. It asked for a story it could not predict. It asked for a new ending. Alfred closed the notebook, a terrible understanding crystallizing. He had been wrong about everything. The entity wasn't a simple child. It was a sophisticated consciousness trapped in a form of perfect, silent eternity. It was bored. Stones were simple truths. Noise was chaotic data. Human stories were fascinating, but they were all echoes of the same patterns: love, loss, conflict, death. It had seen them all, in the echoes of minds that had brushed against it over centuries. What it craved was novelty, an unpredictable plot, a story that broke its own rules. Mariella hadn't been erased for threatening it. She had been erased for failing to deliver a satisfying ending. He sat in the silent archive, the hum of the entity, a constant undertone in his skull, now twined with Mariella's despair. He had to give it a story it could not predict. But how do you surprise something that exists outside of time? that can see the shape of a narrative from its first word. You have to change the storyteller. The next time the pressure built, he did not go to the lake with a stolen story. He went empty-handed. The clearing was now a stark, geometric plane. The trees were gone, transformed into crystalline sculptures of frozen light. The lake was a perfect, flat disk of black, the vortex calm, the aperture a wide, waiting circle. It was expectant. Alfred walked to the very edge. He did not look down. He looked at his own reflection, shimmering on the surface of the void. And he began the only story he had left that was truly his own. I was born in a small house on a street with elm trees, he began. My mother hated the sound of crickets. My father collected rocks, but he never knew their names. He told his own life. Not the grand narrative, but the tiny, specific, illogical details. The way the light fell on the kitchen floor at 3 p.m. in summer. The particular smell of a worn-out library book. The inexplicable sadness he felt at the sight of a single abandoned shoe on the roadside. He gave it the data of a human soul. Contradictory, emotional, irrational. He reached the part of his story that was the lake, the ritual, the stones, the stolen tales. And then he did something new. He introduced a choice. And now I am here, he said, his voice steady. And I have no ending to give you. I have only 2 things. The first is an offer. I will stay. I will be your storyteller until my voice gives out and my mind unravels. I will feed you every memory, every thought, until there is nothing left of me but a shell. We will have a continuous, infinite narrative. Aren't you so... He paused. The lake was perfectly still. The stars within it did not twinkle. The second, he continued, is a request. Let me go. Close the door. And in return, I will carry the silence with me. I will be a walking void in the noisy world, or a reminder of your existence. But you will be alone again. You have only the old, predictable stories. He fell silent. He had given it a story with 2 possible endings. A choice it could not predict, because the choice was his, and he did not yet know what it would be. He had made himself an unreliable narrator. The entity did nothing for a long time. The cold was neither hostile nor welcoming. It was pensive. Then the surface of the lake rippled. Not a vortex, but a gentle, concentric wave. From the center, something rose. Not a shape, but a concept made manifest. A single perfect sphere of silence. It floated towards him, hovering at eye level. Alfred understood. It was not giving him an answer. It was giving him the choice. The sphere was a fragment of itself, a closed loop of perfect quiet. If he took it, the door would close. The pact would be sealed. He would carry this shred of the void inside him forever, a living prison for the silence, and the entity would retreat, satisfied with an ending it had not written. If he refused, the story would continue as he had promised. He would be consumed. He looked at the sphere of silent dark. He looked at his reflection in the lake, and he reached out his hand. Story 6. The hallway was wrong. It was the first thing Ignacio noticed upon waking, a fact that seeped into his consciousness, not with a jolt, but with a slow, cold trickle of wrongness. The hallway outside his bedroom door, viewed from his pillow, had always been a predictable rectangle of worn carpet and faded wallpaper, ending in the dim square of the bathroom. But this morning, the perspective had shifted. The far end seemed to recede into a pinprick of shadow, the walls leaning inward with a sly, conspiratorial tilt. It was too long, impossibly long. A tunnel carved not into the architecture of the house, but into the substance of the air itself. He blinked. and for a moment it snapped back to normal. Then, as he held his breath, it stretched again, a silent yawn of distorted space. The house, a tired colonial on the outskirts of a town that had forgotten its own name, was breathing. This was not new. This feeling of dislocation. It lived in him, a restless hum beneath his skin. Ignacio was 23 and felt like a ghost haunting his own life. He worked a data entry job in a cubicle that smelled of stale coffee and defeated ambition. His fingers tapping out meaningless digits for a company whose purpose was as nebulous as his future. His father, Braden, was a silhouette in a recliner, a man who spoke in grunts and whose eyes held a history he refused to narrate. Their conversations were exchanges of atmospheric pressure, not words. Ignacio's search was formless, a yearning for a weight, an anchor, or perhaps for wings. He just knew that the dimensions of his world were off, like a picture hung slightly crooked, and it was driving him quietly mad. The omens began in the city, a 2-hour drive he took on a whim one Friday, fleeing the oppressive geometry of his home. He found himself in a district of crumbling brick and flickering neon, where the air was thick with the scent of fried food and distant rain. That's where he saw them, for the first time, under the sickly yellow glow of a street lamp. They were three, two men and a woman, leaning against a rusted fire escape, as if they owned the very decay around them. They were not conventionally beautiful. Theirs was a beauty of sharp angles and unsettling stillness. The woman had hair the color of a blood bruise, and her eyes, when they met his from across the wet street, were the pale, luminous gray of a winter moon. One of the men, tall and gaunt, wore a smile that was a mere slit in the chalky canvas of his face. The other was broader, radiating a lazy animal power. They were dressed in clothes that seemed both antique and perfectly new, fabrics that drank the light. They did not move as he passed, but he felt their gaze like a physical touch, a cold finger tracing the line of his jugular. He heard a sound then, a laugh that was no laugh at all, but a dry, rustling exhalation, like pages turning in a forgotten book. It followed him for a block before fading into the city's hum. That night, in his narrow bed back home, he dreamed not of them but of the hallway. In the dream, he walked down its lengthening throat, the floorboards softening to a spongy pulp beneath his feet. The wallpaper peeling to reveal not plaster, but a deep, velvety blackness that pulsed like a vein. He returned to the city the next weekend, and the next. He was drawn, a moth sensing the lethal flame. He found their haunt, a club called the Velvet Antler, buried in a basement, accessed through an unmarked iron door. The music inside was not music, but a subsonic throb, a heartbeat felt in the teeth. The air was cold and smelled of ozone, clove, and beneath it all, a coppery tang he could not name. He saw them again, moving through the crowd not as part of it, but as sharks through a shoal of fish. The crowd parted for them unconsciously, a ripple of unease. It was the woman who approached him. She called herself Seraphine. Her voice was a hypnotic murmur. Each word dropped into his ear like a stone into a deep well. "You look so very linear, Ignacio," she said, as if she had always known his name. "All your lines are straight. Don't you want to see what a curve feels like?" The tall one was Casper, the broad one Luther. They spoke little, but their eyes consumed the details of him. The pulse in his throat, the blue tracery of veins on his inner wrist. They spoke of freedom, a concept that in their mouths became something terrifying and absolute. Freedom from time, from consequence, from the dull tyranny of the sun. They spoke of sensations that would make his current life taste like ashes. They offered no promises, only possibilities that hung in the cold air like frozen smoke. His world bifurcated. There was the flat, dimensionless reality of his job. His father's silent house, the hallway that now seemed to contract sometimes, squeezing the air from his lungs. And there was the electric, shadowed world of the trio. He began to spend nights with them in their loft apartment that overlooked the city's dead industrial heart. The space was vast, a cathedral of exposed brick and dust motes dancing in perpetual twilight. The windows were tinted a deep, wine-dark red. Time behaved strangely there. He would arrive at midnight and leave, dizzy, to find the dawn still hours away, or sometimes already past. He drank what they gave him, bitter absinthe, strange viscous liqueurs that glowed with their own faint luminescence. His senses sharpened. He could hear the skittering of insects in the walls 3 floors down, could smell the fear sweat on a bouncer across the street. He felt stronger, clearer, yet emptier, as if he were being hollowed out to make room for something else. He had lost weight. His reflection grew unfamiliar, his eyes holding a new, hungry light. He stopped calling his few friends. The data on his screens at work became hieroglyphics, meaningless patterns. Only the thirst was real, a constant aching need that the trio's drink soothed but never quenched. He saw them feed only once from a willing, glassy-eyed man who Luther led into a back room. Ignacio heard the soft, wet sounds, the sigh that was almost erotic. When Luther emerged, his lips were stained a dark, glistening red, and his eyes were pools of absolute, satiated night. Seraphine smiled at Ignacio's horror, wiping a single drop from Luther's chin with her thumb. "It's just a different kind of hunger, little line," she whispered. "The only one that ever truly fills you up." The compassionate outsider came in the form of Lena, a librarian who worked in the rare manuscript section of the city's old library. She found him there one afternoon, pale and shivering in the warmth, staring blankly at a medieval map of the stars. She was small, with quiet eyes and a voice that held no hypnotic power, only a steady human warmth. She brought him tea, asked no prying questions, but saw the fissures in him. "You look like someone who's been reading the same terrible, fascinating book for too long," she said one day. "The kind of book that starts to rewrite the reader." He found himself telling her fragments, never naming the trio, speaking only of a new group of friends, a feeling of power, a distorting perspective. Lena listened, her face growing grave. She slid a brittle, leather-bound volume toward him. It was a local history, a patchwork of town records and folk tales. One passage from 1892 was circled in faint pencil. It described a consumptive fever that had taken a dozen young people in a single autumn. The victims were found wasted, bloodless, but with a look of ecstatic terror frozen on their faces. The townsfolk spoke of the pale revelers, 3 figures seen at the edges of the woods, offering solace and a cure for the mundanity of life. The fever ended, the passage noted dryly, only after a fire consumed a barn where the 3 were said to lodge. No bodies were found. Some stories are cages, Lena said softly, closing the book. They look like doors, beautiful doors. But once you step through, they shut behind you forever. Ignacio recoiled. It was too close, too literal. He stopped going to the library. The trio's pull was stronger, a narcotic tide. They began to speak of his becoming the final step, the exchange. He was terrified and desperately, addictively eager. The world outside their loft had grown thin, insubstantial, a poorly painted backdrop. Only the thirst was solid. The revelation came from the last place he expected, his father. He returned home one Sunday dawn, his clothes smelling of coal smoke and his mouth tasting metal, to find Braden not in his recliner, but standing in the wrong hallway, staring at the wall. The older man looked ancient, his shoulders bowed under a weight Ignacio had never understood. "You're seeing it too now," Braden said, his voice a rusty hinge. He didn't turn around. "Seeing what? The stretch, the squeeze. This goddamn house. Braden finally looked at him, and Ignacio saw not indifference, but a raw, haunted pain. Your mother saw it. Before she left, Ignacio froze. His mother had vanished when he was 6. More doubt story. Couldn't take it story. Braden's story was different. He spoke in a low, broken monotone of a woman who grew pale and distant, who spoke of beautiful voices in the night, of a gift being offered, of how she would stand in this very hallway, screaming that the walls were closing in, or melting, or breathing, of how one night he found her in the kitchen with a paring knife, drawing intricate bloody patterns on her arms, whispering about opening the channels. Of next night, she was simply gone. A note left on the kitchen table read only, "They showed me the curve. I'm going to be forever. I tried to find them," Braden whispered, tears cutting tracks through his stubble. The pale people she talked about. I hunted for years. I think I found their nest. Once. An old place by the river. It was empty. Just a cold spot, and a smell like wet stone and old roses. I failed her, and I've been waiting every day since for them to come back for you. I see her in your eyes now. Monsieur. The familial horror crashed over Ignacio, cold and final. His quest was not his own. It was an inheritance. The wrongness was not in the house, but in his blood, a susceptibility they could smell. The trio hadn't chosen him at random. They had been waiting for the seed they had planted in his mother to ripen in her son. He fled to the city, not to the loft, but to the library. Lena was gone for the day. He wandered, lost, a ghost in the making. As dusk fell, they found him. Seraphin, Casper, Luther, materializing from the alley shadows, like figures condensing from the gloom itself. "It's time, Ignacio," Seraphin said. Her smile was wide and full of teeth. "The lineage is complete. Your mother's gift to you." He ran. He ran through streets that seemed to elongate, buildings leaning in to watch. He ran until his heart was a frantic bird in his chest, until he found himself at the river, in the shadow of a derelict pumping station. They were there, waiting, having arrived without pursuit. They surrounded him, not with speed, but with an inevitable closing presence. "The hunger is the only truth," Casper hissed, his breath like a tomb's exhalation. "Let us show you the forever you crave," Luther rumbled. This was the climax. Not a fight, but a seduction. Seraphin stepped close, her cold hands cradling his face. He was paralyzed, not by fear, but by the enormity of the desire that still warred his terror. The thirst in him roared in agreement. She leaned in, her lips parting, her moon-gray eyes swallowing his whole. He saw eternity in them, a vast, silent, blood-dark sea. He felt his will crumbling, the last straight line in him ready to snap into a glorious, damning curve. Then he thought of his father's broken face in the breathing hallway. He thought of Lena's quiet warning about cages. He thought of his mother, opening her veins for a beautiful lie. "No," he choked. The word was a pitiful thing, a whisper. Seraphin's face changed. The seduction vanished, replaced by an ancient, impatient hunger. "A waste," she sighed. "Like mother, like son. All that lovely susceptibility, and still clinging to lines." She nodded to Luther. The broad vampire moved, a blur. Ignacio felt a cold, immense pressure on his chest, then a hot, tearing agony at his throat. It was not the clean, erotic bite he had half imagined. It was a ravaging. The world dissolved into a roaring cacophony of pain and a deep, pulling emptiness. He felt his life not slipping, but being yanked out in great, gulping draughts. He was falling, but not to the ground. He was falling into the red darkness behind Seraphim's eyes. The epilogue is fading. Ignacio did not die. He did not become. He was found by the river at dawn, pale and bloodless, but breathing shallow, ragged breaths. He lived, but the man who lived was a ghost of the restless seeker. The doctors called it a severe psychotic break coupled with acute anemia. They spoke of trauma, of hallucinations. He went home with Braden. The house was silent, but the hallway was, finally, just a hallway. The wrongness had left it, having taken up full residence inside him. He sits now, often, in his old room or in his father's recliner. He does little else. The world has lost its texture, its taste, its dimension. Food is ash. Sound is muffled, as if heard through thick glass. Sunlight is a pale, irritating smear. He is cold, always cold. But at night, when the world is quiet, he feels it. A phantom thirst, an echo of the ravaging, and with it comes the sense. It starts in the corners of the room. The shadows there deepen, not with absence, but with presence. They pulse, slowly, rhythmically. If he stares for hours, which he does, they begin to suggest forms. Three forms, tall and broad, and one with hair the color of a blood bruise. They are not in the room. They are in the wound, in the hollow place Luther carved in his soul. They are a permanent stain on his perception, after it burned into the retina of his being. He can hear sometimes the rustle of their laughter, the dry page-turn sound. He can smell ozone and clove and copper. He knows with a certainty that is his only truth, that they are not memories. They are possibilities. They are a door he almost stepped through, and its outlines forever etched on his reality. He is a living threshold, a wound that never heals, a story half told. Braden brings him soup, tries to speak. Ignacio's responses are whispers. He watches his father with eyes that are slowly, day by day, losing their human light, gaining a flat, reflective grayness, like tarnished silver, like a winter moon. He is fading, not from life, but from the world of the living. The images of his old life, the data screens, the city lights, Linda's concerned face, his own reflection from a time before, grow more and more blurred, distant, bleached of color and meaning. They are being replaced by the constant pulsing shadow in the corner, the scent of a forgotten stone room, the memory of a cold that burns. He sits, and he fades, and he watches the shadows deepen, waiting for the moment when they will finally step out of the corner and finish what was started. Or perhaps simply pull him into the blur, into the silence, into the forever that is not an eternity, but an endless, diminishing echo. The world becomes a faint pencil sketch on tissue paper. Then the tissue paper tears, silently. Then there is only the dark, the cold, and the quiet, rustling sound of turning pages. The gray in his eyes deepened, a film settling over the iris like dust on a still pond. Braden stopped bringing soup. He would sit in the companionable silence that was not companionship, but a shared void, watching his son watch the corner. The old man's grief had hardened into a kind of grim vigil. He had failed his wife. He was witnessing the same failure in slow motion. A clock with a frozen hour hand. Ignacio no longer felt the chair beneath him, the blanket over his knees. His physical form was becoming an idea, one he was forgetting. The thirst was the only constant, a dry river carved through his core. It was not a desire for blood, not exactly. It was a desire for the substance that blood represented, warmth, vitality, the sharp taste of a real world. He was starving for reality itself. One evening, as the last of the sun led out behind the trees, the shadows in the corner did not just pulse. They coalesced, Seraphine's form was the clearest, a sculpture of darkness with 2 points of lunar gray where her eyes should be. No smile now. An expression of cold, clinical interest. You are a testament to our patience. Her voice was in his mind, a needle of frost, a vessel that will not pour, a lock that will not turn. It is inelegant. He tried to speak, to tell her to leave, but his voice was gone. Surrendered weeks ago. His thought, however, formed with a strange detached clarity. You took her. You took my mother. We offered, came Casper's whisper, a rustle from the left. She accepted. You tasted. You refused. You are a paradox. A scar. Luther's presence was a dense, heavy cold on the right. The gift is still there, wasted, spoiling. We could clean the wound. He understood. They were not here to claim him. They were here because he was a piece of unfinished work, a dissonant note in their silent song. His persistent, faded existence was an irritation. They could make him whole by making him one of them, or they could erase the irritation entirely. Both were the same to them. Braden stirred in his recliner. Ignacio, he mumbled, sensing a change in the air's density, a drop in temperature the old man had come to dread. He followed his son's fixed gaze to the corner. He saw nothing but deep shadow. But he saw his son's face, a mask of silent, terrified recognition. With the strength of the light of his age, Braden stood. He did not step in front of Ignacio. Instead, he walked to the corner of the room, his movements deliberate, and placed his own body between the empty space and his son. He stared into the darkness where Ignacio stared. "You're not taking him," Braden said, his voice low and rough, not with fear, but with a final, furious defiance. "You took my Alara. You don't get my boy. You go back to whatever crack you oozed out of." For a moment, there was absolute stillness. Then, from the shadows, Ignacio heard it, that dry, rustling laugh. It was not directed at Braden. It was for him. "See?" Seraphine's thought voice dripped with a pity more terrible than contempt. "The straight lines, the heroic last stand. It's so linear. It changes nothing." But as Braden stood there, a frail human barrier, something did change. A feeling pierced the gray numbness in Ignacio. Not love, not hope, but a sharp, painful spike of connection. It was the anchor he had spent his life yearning for. And it was not a place or a power, but this, a flawed, broken man offering his own body as a shield against the dark. It was the weight of a father's failure, and the weight of his love, which were, in the end, the same thing. Ignacio's hand twitched on the arm of the chair. He did not look away from the shadows, but he felt for the first time in months the scratch of the fabric beneath his fingertips. A sensation. Real, dull, human. The shadows wavered. The forms lost definition, bleeding back into ordinary darkness. The pressure in the room lifted by degree. A delay. Casper's voice sighed, fading. The story is not finished. The page is still open. They were gone. For now. Braden, trembling from the effort, turned. He looked at his son. Ignacio, slowly, achingly, lifted his gaze from the corner to meet his father's eyes. He could not smile. He could not speak. But he gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. The gray in his own eyes did not recede. The thirst did not abate. The world was still a muffled, ashen place. But the tissue paper had not torn. Not tonight. He was not just a wound, not just a threshold. He was also a son being watched over. It was a small, straight line in a universe of terrifying curves. But for now, it was enough to hold on to. He kept his eyes open on his father and waited for the dawn he could no longer feel, but could perhaps still believe in. The dawn came, a gradual lightening of the window from black to a dull, watery gray. It brought no warmth, but it marked a passage. Braden finally slept, his breathing a ragged, weary rhythm from the recliner. Ignacio did not sleep. Sleep was a state for those with bodies that needed rest. His body was a cold, hollow artifact, but he watched the light grow, and he held on to the memory of the scratch of fabric, the sound of his father's voice in defiance. Days bled into a week. The shadows in the corner remained just shadows. The thirst was a constant, but it had changed. Before, it had been a pull toward them toward the dark sea in Seraphine's eyes. Now it was just a hollow ache, a simple, brutal fact of his existence. He was an empty cup. The question was no longer what would fill him, but whether he could bear to remain empty. Lena came. He heard her voice at the front door, low and concerned, and Braden's murmured answers. He braced for her to enter, to see what he had become, but she did not. Perhaps Braden turned her away. Perhaps she understood some boundaries should not be crossed. Her attempt was a thread, though, a filament of the world outside the house, and he felt its slight tension. He began to notice other things, not with his old clarity, but with a vague, distant recognition. The pattern of cracks in the ceiling plaster formed a shape like a running horse. The smell of Braden's cheap coffee, once bitter and annoying, now carried a specific history. Mornings before school, his mother humming in the kitchen. These were not comforts. They were data points, evidence that a life had lived here. His own evidence was the thirst and the gray. One afternoon, Braden did not get up from his chair. His breathing was shallow, his skin clammy. Ignacio watched from his own chair, a slow, cold dread seeping through the numbness. This was a different ending, a human one. He tried to stand, his limbs stiff and alien. He managed to shuffle to the phone, the plastic cold and heavy in his hand. He dialed the three numbers, his voice a dusty croak he didn't recognize as his own. An ambulance came. Men in uniforms took Braden away. Ignacio was left alone in the silent house. The silence was different. It was not the dense, waiting silence of the trio's presence. It was a hollow, echoing silence. It was, he realized, his silence now. He was the only thing left in the house to make a sound, and he had none. He walked, not out of purpose, but because the chair was no longer an anchor. He drifted through the rooms. In his parents' bedroom, in the bottom of Braden's closet, he found a small, locked metal box. The key was on his father's ring. Ignacio broke the frail lock with a twist of his fingers that felt too strong, too easy. Inside were not photographs or letters. There was a single dried sprig of rosemary, brittle and gray, and a woman's silver wedding band, thin and worn, and a folded piece of paper. He opened it. It was his mother's handwriting, a frantic, beautiful script. Braden, my love, they are in the walls. They are in the blood. They sing the curve of the world, and it is so beautiful it is breaking me. I have to see where it leads. Or, forgive me. Tell Ignacio the lines are lies, but the love was straight. Keep him on the line. It's the only safe place. He read it again and again. Keep him on the line. Not a geometric truth, but a tightrope, a telephone connection, a lifeline. His father tried in his broken way to do just that. Ignacio put the ring on his own finger. It was loose, circling the bone. He held the sprig of rosemary. It crumbled to dust in his palm, leaving a faint, clean scent that for a single second cut through the ozone and copper in his mind. The hospital called. Pneumonia, died. Braden was stable but weak. Ignacio knew he should go. The thought of the bright lights, the smells of antiseptic and sickness, the press of living people was a mountain he could not climb. He was not of that world anymore. He was a thing of thresholds and shadows. As night fell, he stood in the wrong hallway. It was just a hallway. But he understood now that the wrongness had never been in the plaster and wood. It was in the perception, a warp they could exploit. He could feel that warp in himself, a permanent bend in his lens. He looked toward the corner of the living room. The shadows were deepening, promising form. He had a choice. He could wait for them to return, to either finish him or claim him. He could go to the hospital, pretend to be a son, and watch his father die surrounded by the light of his recovery. Or, he walked to the front door. He opened it. The night air was cool, washing over him like water over stone. He stepped out onto the porch, then down the steps onto the path. He did not look back at the house. He began to walk, not toward the city lights, but away from them, toward the older, darker edges of town. He carried his mother's ring on his finger, his father's defiance in his hollow chest, and a new, terrible purpose. He was not going to wait for the story to finish. He was going to find the authors. He was empty, and he was a wound, and he was a map. He knew their scent, their cold, their silence, and he knew, finally, what he was for. He was the lure, and the trap, and the reckoning. He walked into the night, a pale figure fading into the darker gray, following the thirst not as a master, but as a compass, straight into the heart of the curve. The river was his guide. It led him away from the sleeping houses, past the derelict pumping station where his blood had watered the stones, and into the industrial graveyard that bordered the town. Rusted skeletons of machinery loomed in the moonlight. The thirst was a precise instrument now, a needle trembling toward true north. It led him to a drainage culvert, half collapsed and choked with weeds, that exhaled a breath of cold, stone-scented air. He did not hesitate. He crawled inside. The tunnel was narrow, wet, and utterly black. He moved by feel, the cold seeping through his clothes, the silence absolute save for the distant drip of water. He did not need light. The gray film over his eyes seemed to adjust, rendering the darkness not in shades of black, but in colder, subtler tones of absence. He crawled for what felt like miles. The tunnel sloping downward. It opened suddenly into a space that echoed. He stood, his limbs unprotesting. The air was still and ancient. He was in a forgotten subterranean chamber, perhaps a cistern or a foundation from a century gone. And he was not alone. They were not hiding. They were waiting, arranged like statues in a neglected garden. Seraphim stood central, flanked by Luther and Casper. They had known he would come. The rustling page-turn sound was a soft, constant rhythm in the still air. "The prodigal returns," Casper whispered. A dry leaf skittering over stone. To complete the sentence. "No," Ignacio said. His voice, unused, was the scrape of stone on stone. It echoed in the chamber. To correct it, Seraphim smiled, a slow, cold crack in the porcelain of her face. "There is no correction, only the narrative. You are a clause in it, a dependent one." Luther took a step forward, the ground seeming to shift with his weight. "You bring us nothing but your own emptiness. We will fill it with an ending." Ignacio held up his hand, the silver ring glinting dully in the non-light. "You filled my mother with an ending. You made my father a monument to failure. You made me a ghost, but you missed something. And what is that?" Seraphim asked, genuine curiosity flickering in her moon-gray eyes. "The line," Ignacio said. He took a step forward, not in attack, but in presentation. He was the wound, laid bare. You think it's a limitation, a cage, but it's a connection. It's what held my father in that chair, facing the dark for me. It's what my mother wrote on a piece of paper before she left. It's the only thing you can consume, because you don't understand it. You only know curves and consumption. The line is a choice. You saw it then. The faintest ripple of uncertainty in their perfect predatory stillness. They were creatures of hunger and seduction, of grand eternal gestures. The simple, stubborn, straight-line love of a broken family was an algorithm they could not process. It was the grid in their perfect silent machine. You are a footnote, Seraphim hissed, but the smile was gone. I am the question you can't answer, Ignacio said. He spread his arms, a pale, vulnerable shape in the vaulted dark. You can take me, finish what Luther started, turn me, or erase me. But if you do, you admit the line has power. You admit that this straight, stubborn love that you find so pitiful is the one thing that drew me back here, not as a victim, but as a witness. You will have to carry that with you forever, a splinter in your eternity. Oh, the silence that followed was total. The rustling had stopped. For the first time, he saw not hunger or impatience in their faces, but a kind of cold, calculating frustration. He was flawed material. He was a paradox. To consume him was to ingest his contradiction. To let him live was to allow a permanent, irritating truth to exist in their world. Seraphim looked at Luther, then at Casper. A communication passed between them, silent and swift. We decline the offering, she said finally, her voice flat, devoid of its usual melodic menace. You are tainted, a vessel of sentiment. We have no taste for it. She turned away, as if he were already gone. Luther and Casper followed, melting into the deeper shadows of the cistern. Their presence receded, not with a dramatic exit, but with a profound dismissal. He was beneath consumption. He was not worthy of an ending. He was alone. The cold was immense. The thirst roared back. A void screaming for fulfillment. He had not been saved. He had been judged irrelevant. He stumbled back to the tunnel, crawled back through the endless wet blackness. When he emerged under the sky, the moon was setting. The gray in his eyes was permanent. The world was ash. He walked back to the empty house. He sat in his father's recliner. The hospital called again in the morning. Braden was asking for him. Ignacio went. He sat by the bed, holding his father's warm, living hand. He did not speak. Braden, weak but clear-eyed, looked at his son's face, at the strange, tarnished silver of his eyes. He did not flinch. You saw them, Braden whispered. Ignacio nodded, and Ignacio thought of the ultimate dismissal in the cistern. He thought of the thirst that would never leave him. He looked at his father's hand in his, a straight, simple connection. They have no taste for me, Ignacio said, his voice a hollow echo. A tear traced a line through the stubble on Braden's cheek. He understood. It was not a victory. It was a different kind of survival. A fading, but not into their dark. A fading into a world that would never again be bright or whole. But a world where, in a quiet room, a father could hold the cold hand of his son, and the line between them, though stretched thin, would not break. It was the only truth left, and it was enough to build a silent, steadfast life upon. The house became a museum of their quiet war. Braden recovered, but a fragility remained, a sense that each breath was a borrowed thing. He watched Ignacio with a new, pained understanding. His son was back, but not returned. He was a resident ghost, moving through the rooms with a silent purpose that Braden dared not question. Ignacio took a job at the town's archives, a place of dust and forgotten ledgers. The dim, subterranean light suited his eyes. He could work in silence, his unnatural pallor and distant manner dismissed as the quirks of a man devoted to history. But he was not devoted to history. He was hunting. He began to see patterns in the town's past, not in the grand events, but in the silences. The unexplained disappearances that coincided with lunar phases. The clusters of suicides in certain neighborhoods, decades apart, always described as a sudden, profound melancholy. The architectural oddities, houses built with one windowless wall. Streets that curved for no apparent reason. He cross-referenced these with weather reports, geological surveys, and family records. He was mapping the curve. Lena tried once more. She came to the archives under the pretense of researching her family tree. She found him in a back carrel, a single lamp illuminating a spread of crumbling mass. He looked up, and she took an involuntary step back. The gray in his eyes had deepened, but it was the stillness of him that unnerved her. He was like a figure in a painting. One might, at any moment, step out of the frame into a different story. Ignacio, she said, her voice too loud in the hush. Lena, dot. He did not smile. He waited. I heard about your dad. I'm glad he's okay. He is. The silence stretched. She gestured to the maps. What are you working on? A survey of local water tables. 1890s. Dot. He climbed the fence and stood in the center of the excavation. The ground here was not just dirt. It was layered clay and a strange porous stone that felt like petrified sponge. He knelt, placing his palms flat on the earth. He did not need to dig. He could feel it. A resonance deep below. Not a trio. Something older. A sleeping fall line in reality. A place where the curve of their world pressed thin against something else. The developers, with their dynamite and pilings, were not just disturbing soil. They were tapping on a prison door. He understood Seraphin's dismissal then, fully. They had not spared him. They recognized him as a catalyst. His presence, his stubborn linearity, was the trigger. By rejecting him, they had set him adrift to find places like this, to become a conscious part of the unraveling. He was not a footnote. He was a harbinger. He heard a car door slam. A flashlight beam cut through the dark. Hey, you can't be here. Ignacio rose, turning slowly. The night watchman, a bulky man in a security jacket, approached, his expression shifting from annoyance to unease as he saw Ignacio's face in the beam. Just leaving, Ignacio said, his voice calm. The watchman stopped a few feet away, the light trembling slightly. You okay, pal? You look like you've seen a ghost. Ignacio looked past him toward the dark outline of the town. Lights twinkled, straight lines and right angles pretending to order the chaos. No, he said. I am the ghost that sees. He walked past the confused man, back to the fence. The thirst in him sang a note of pure, clear anticipation. Team, they thought they had written out of their story. But every story needs a witness. And a witness, when the page begins to burn, becomes a chronicler. And a chronicler, in the end, must choose a side. He knew his choice. He would not fill his emptiness with their dark. He would fill it with purpose. He would learn the shape of the curve, every hollow and nexus. And he would find a way to draw a line straight through its heart. He went home to his father, to the small, straight lines of their shared silence, and began to plan.